Order. Does any member wish to give a notice of a motion? No. Does any member wish to move a motion without a notice? We are dealing with the motion without notice. Without notice. I started with a notice motion. Honorable Prince.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move with the Council 16 secondary school pupils are taking turns to go to class after being forced to share a community hall in the area. Further notes that the department is accommodating grades 8 and 10 in the community hall while grades 11 and 12 share prefabricated classrooms at the school. Also notes that according to Abona Mbombo, a grade 10 pupil, the pupil not only left behind in their schoolwork, but must also worry about their safety at the community hall is located in a dangerous area. Therefore, Western Cape Education Department to build more prefabricated classrooms as soon as possible and provide the Kids Up program during the September holiday. I so move. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable members, I started by saying, does any member wish to give a notice of a motion? And there were no hands. And now you are getting to notice of a motion. No, let's deal with notice of motion quickly. Motion. Okay, it's only the two hands. Honorable Van Lingen.
Honourable Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to notice of a motion that Council notes that it was reported that the police officers in the are releasing petty criminals, including suspects for burglary and hijacking, because the police stations cannot feed them. There are at least 16 stations experiencing a food crisis, including Swartkops, Addo, Dispatch, Warmer, Jeffreys, Thornhill, St. Francis Bay, Cookhouse, Tarkestad, Humansdorp, State Level, Wolverfontein, Adelaide, Hofmeyer, and Hankey. The police have to pay for the food detainees with their own personal money or transfer detainees to neighbouring stations for lack of food and funding. Due to red tape, the food suppliers have ceased to provide the service. In a reply to a written question, the Minister of Police stated that police vehicles are now being serviced through a centralized service provider but from Durban. We cannot change tires or have a small vehicle repair done in the Eastern Cape within 3 weeks. And prisoners and detainees' basic human right to food is being violated. Criminals on paroles will be set free earlier. There will be an escalation in crime in the provinces. Criminals will now get a get out of jail free card as it plays a role in suspects receiving bail. There will be no justice for the victims of these crimes. We move urgently that we debate the downscaling of police stations and these crises soon as possible as a matter of urgency. I so move you.
Thank you. Honorable Peden, Special Delegate from Eastern Cape.
Honourable Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move a notice of motion that the Council takes note that the Eastern Cape, with an expanded rate of unemployment, 2.5%, remains the highest in South Africa. The Nelson Mandela Bay Metro has the highest unemployment rate of all metros in South Africa at 33.2%. Sadly, most of these are young people. Overregulation, crippling legislation, and policy uncertainties are not encouraging the much-needed growth in the Eastern Cape jobs. The DA believes this can be turned around by getting government to be more business-friendly, by eliminating corruption, investing in infrastructure, and prioritizing education at all levels of government. The DA calls for an urgent debate to address this crisis in the Eastern Cape before it is too late. We are running out of time.
Thank you. I wish to move a motion without notice so that I can correctly recognize the hands as I've done. Okay, Honorable Sfako.
Honorable Chair, I hereby move without notice that the Council notes with concern the looming job losses due to retrenchment and mine closure as announced by different mining companies in the country. Also knows that this results from the sinking communities. South Africa's mining industry is also battling rising cost and labor unrest as workers demand higher wages. Further knows that much as the government would boost the agriculture, tourism, and manufacturing to diversify Africa's most developed economy from a reliance on mining, the private sector would do more to create jobs. Therefore, calls upon the interventions of our government and work towards the establishment of common understanding from the labor unions and the mining houses to save the situation. I so move. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mokhosi.
Mokhosi. Thank you, Chairperson. I write the EFF to move without notice that the House notes that the community Buitikong Ward 38 in Rustenburg is complaining about delivery practices in the area. Note that the members of the community are often given house numbers by the municipality, but when they go to the allocated residential area, the house either does not exist or is allocated to someone else. Acknowledges there are criminal activities and fraud at play, and the municipality is fully aware of this. Demands the municipality to provide an accurate, updated housing list, and invest houses can just disappear or be allocated to different people. Demands those who are involved in fraudulent activities be held account and dealt with harshly. Demands families that qualify for houses and had been allocated houses be provided with houses immediately. Demands the Department of Human Settlement to provide an amicable solution to the housing backlog in this country. Further calls for the establishment of a state-owned construction company and cement company to meet the housing needs of our people and subsequently provide sustainable jobs. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become the notice of a motion. Honorable Tipierre.
Honourable Chairperson, I hereby move without notice that the Council notes that the Auditor General of South Africa will be investigating a complaint on CUP which cost the ratepayers millions of rands when the event failed to attract enough spectators. Further notes that Anthony Groenewald, Executive Director Tourism and Economic Development, resigned with immediate effect. Therefore, call on the Auditor General to investigate decision-making processes concerning the whether the political processes were duly followed. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become notice of a motion. Honorable Zwane.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby move without notice that Council 1 notes that pupils not only face violence and rape at school, but have to deal with increasing cyber and homophobic bullying. Chairperson, I can't continue. There's noise in the House.
Order, members. Continue, Honorable Zwane.
Two, Council further notes that the Department of Basic Education informed that violence in schools was common, with the classroom being the primary site. And thirdly and finally, Council therefore call on the department to implement their e-safety guidelines and cyberbullying policy and ensure that each school has a policy on dealing with both the bully and the bully child. I'll so move. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the motion? In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become notice of a motion. Honorable Motara.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move without notice that Council notes that 2 men were shot while trying to during an armed robbery at their house in Brentwood Park, Benoni, on Wednesday. Further notes that 2 men with firearms entered by breaking the front door with a crowbar. Also notes that one of them was lifted to hospital in a critical condition, was taken to hospital by ambulance for treatment. Therefore, wishes the 2 men a speedy recovery and calls on the police to do to catch those responsible for this crime. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become notice of a motion. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move without notice that this Council notes that the accident on Tuesday morning that left 2 tankers consumed by a massive fire blaze, where a truck driver heroically saved his colleague trapped in the other truck and subsequently led to the closure of the road. Then on Wednesday morning, another fatal accident that involved a car and a truck occurred on the N11 near Ladysmith. Also notes with sadness that at this accident, 6 people were killed and 3 injured, and this caused the road to be closed. Further notes were 2 men and 2 women, whilst 3 were injured, was a woman who was also critically injured, and 2 men who were occupants of the truck received treatment from the paramedics before they were transported to hospital for further medical attention. The cause of is under investigation. Our heartfelt condolences goes to the family and friends of the bereaved. I call upon our people to be more cautious when driving, and further calls upon all relevant authorities to continuously have an Arrive Alive program. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mtileni.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House notes the media briefing by the Minister of Mineral Resources with regards to the current crisis in the mining sector. Further notes, the Minister of Mineral Resources ordered to Glencore to suspend all operations at the coal mine because of the way it planned to carry out retrenchments. Call on the Minister to be more decisive and with Sibanye Gold, BHP Billiton, Anglo-America, and Lonmin, who continue to fail to meet the mining charter requirements and do not want to be part of the transformed South Africa. Call on the Deputy President to warn his mining capital colleagues not to be arrogant because they have an inside partner in the presidency and continue to disregard the laws of the country. Further, call on the Minister to work closely with the state-owned mining company, Africa Exploration Mining, and finance company to ensure that it fills the gap and supply coal to. Call on the Minister of Public Enterprise to ensure that the 5 million tons of coal that was being supplied to Eskom by Glencore comes from the state-owned mining company at an affordable price. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become notice of a motion. Honorable Makua.
Thank you very much. I hereby move without notice that the Council notes and congratulates Thuli Mshe's appointment as Chief Executive Officer of South African Airways. Also note that Thuli has been a Human Resources Manager in the company and replaces Nico Poseidonot, who has returned to his role as CEO of Mango. Further notes that the SAA board has approved reference for the recruitment of a new CEO and will recommend it to the Minister of Finance, Mr. Nene, when one is found. Therefore, wishes her success in her pursuit to continue SAA's bid to reduce costs and be more efficient. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? Is there any objection to the motion? In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded. Motion without notice will now become notice of a motion. Honorable Van Lingen.
Honorable Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice that the Council take notes that the Honourable George Michalakis, the DA-NCOP MP, and Marika Groenewald, Executive Director of Development, Training and Learning of the DA, were selected last week, Friday, by the Mail and Guardian as part of 200 young South Africans you need to meet for 2015. Honourable Musi Maimane, leader of the Democratic Alliance and official opposition, and the Honourable Makashule Ghana, DA MP, have also been honoured as Mail and Guardian 200 Young South Africans alumni members. This House congratulates Honourable Michalakis, Marika Groenewald, Musi Maimane, and Makashule Ghana on this achievement, hard work, dedication to the open, responsive and accountable democracy as envisioned in the Constitution's Section B, and their fight for freedom, fairness and opportunity within our lifetime. I so move.
Is there any objection? In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become notice of a motion. Honorable Peden.
The Eastern Cape Department of Transport has failed individual transport contractors by failing to pay them timeously. Sadly, only 59% of learners are benefiting from this Scholar Transport project. Learners are unable to attend school to participate in various exams. Yesterday, a taxi driver in Potensi was arrested for overloading a taxi by transport learners in a 15-seater bus. Court today. Similarly, a bus driver in Buffalo City Metro was arrested last Friday after 62 were crammed into a 33-seater. So on behalf of the learners, the parents, the schools, and the...
Any objection to the motion? In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become notice of a motion. Matheus?
Thank you, Chairperson. I move without notice on behalf of the economic freedom fighters for the House note the tragic and unfortunate remarks made by the President of KwaZulu on Tuesday, the 4th of August, where he attacked the judiciary and labeled it as a threat to democracy. Further note that these remarks were made after the Polokwane High Court made a decision to strike off the court roll the case of our Commander-in-Chief of the freedom fighters, President Julius Malema. Acknowledges that KwaZulu is one of the alliance partners, and together with the ANC and the SACP have been launching one attack after another on institutions of the state that are safeguarding our democracy and upholding the rule of law. Further acknowledges that the attack on the judiciary by the ANC alliance partner came just a few hours after the Polokwane court declared the Commander-in-Chief, Julius Malema of the EFF, cleared of all charges, is convinced that the attack on the judiciary is an expression of anger and disappointment by the KwaZulu president, who has always been a mouthpiece of the views of Zuma, who wanted the judiciary to take orders from Luthuli House, expresses its strengthened in the judiciary of the country as a lasting guarantor of the freedoms enshrined in our constitution.
Honourable Member,
The unlegitimate attacks
your time
of
has
the
expired.
judiciary of the ANC and the alliance partners, threatening the foundations of the democracy of Nelson Mandela. I so move.
Your motion will now become notice of a motion and will be printed in full order paper. Order.
Point of order, Chair. I'm rising to make you aware that I can see you are ignoring other colleagues here, honourable members. They've been making a lot of noise as she was reading that document. And instead of you calling on them, they are drowning her. Just look at her without saying anything. So, but if it were maybe the ANC members who would have said something.
Honourable Mtilin, take your seat. Honourable members,
But
let's have order.
Are you taking my order?
Yeah, I'm taking your order. Honourable members, let's have order. Howling is part of democratic process, but you can't drown a speaker. I'm appealing to all of you, don't drown a speaker. Honourable Faber, why are you standing?
Sorry, Chair, but the honourable member of the EFF must also first be recognised by you as chairperson before he can just go on. He cannot just stand up and talk. This is also not part of the House proceedings.
The point of order is sustained. It's applicable to all of you, honourable members. Order, members. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of National Council of Provinces Provincial Week Report, 21st to the 24th of July 2015, advancing the developmental agenda of municipalities for a better life for our people.
The first speaker, the Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honourable Tao.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. Let me recognize special delegates from all our provinces present here, Deputy Minister, Mrs. present from our respective provinces, delegates from and of course, permanent delegates. This debate is quite an important debate because it's a reflection of the report that speaks to a very important flagship program of the National Council, referred to as the Provincial Week. It takes place 2 days after this House debated and remembered the life and time of our former president and international icon, Nelson. And it is quite strategic because this House came as a result of the constitution that was signed off by the former president and an international icon. The text of the report as presented today, it's quite strategic because it is in the constitution where clarity is then provided on how the location of this institution is supposed to be and what is it that the institution is to do. The debate also takes place, or the report is presented on a very important month, which is a month where we reflect on the lives of our women, young and old, the challenges that they are faced with, the working class women, those who are unemployed, those who are in the rural areas, and what is it that we need to do to position the institution to be able to respond to those challenges that our women, mothers and sisters are faced with. It also takes place 2 weeks after, as an institution, we hold an important and successful event where we mobilized young people from all over the country and brought them together under the roof of this parliament, where we had a discussion insofar as positioning the challenges of people in our country, and of course also locating how then these challenges affect them internationally. And of strategic importance is how we as Parliament locate these challenges of this within the work of Parliament through our committees, our oversight work and so forth, including local government, because for the first time that we had such an activity, we had local government present and participated effectively in that discussion. It also takes place at a very strategic moment because in 2 weeks' time, the National Council of Provinces will be hosting another flagship program referred to as the Local Government Week, in which, as an institution, we then begin to look at the challenges that our municipalities have and also then place the institution at a strategic point of ensuring that we assist our local municipalities in living up to what is expected of them. We recognize that local government in South Africa has, since the transition to democracy, undergone a series of changes to meet the needs of consolidating democracy and development of the country's citizens. Some of the challenges identified at the time included addressing the apartheid legacy of underdevelopment in the regions and municipalities, fostering participatory governance at a local level, consolidating government to facilitate sustainable development and improving service delivery. Over the years, local government has undergone an evolutionary process starting with the 1998 white government, 2001, the reconfiguration of municipal boundaries, and 2009-2010 review of the state of local government in South Africa, which subsequently led to the development municipal turnaround strategy. The evolutionary process of local government, of course, took place within the precincts of Parliament because we were championing some of these things. Therefore, it is of crucial importance that we continue to monitor and evaluate progress of the legislations passed by us collectively with our counterparts from provinces as part and parcel of ensuring that we strengthen local government in order to the lives of our people by providing basic services to them. Chapter 4 of the Constitution of the Republic, honorable members, Act 108 of 1996, is the powers, functions, and procedures conferred to Parliament. The role of Parliament, as reflected, is to ensure government by the people as stipulated by the Constitution, which is the supreme law, to be the one that ensures that at all levels and corners, our people come first. As conferred by the Constitution, the National Council of Provinces, as a representative of provinces, is bound, therefore, to represent the interests of provinces and ensure that those interests, problems, or challenges are then projected at the national level. It does this by participating in the national legislative processes and by providing a forum for public consideration of the issues of provinces. To this end, the principal task of the NCOP is therefore to identify key issues facing communities at local level and to give expression to these community issues at the local level, which is exactly what we will be expected to do today. Beyond the obvious constitutional mandate of legislative oversight that is vested in the NCOP, the institution is required to continue to function as a that is more responsive and more in touch with our communities. To this end, as an activist parliament, we have contextualized ourselves and gave meaning to that activism as being about social mobilization to advance our developmental agenda, entrenching our constitutional democracy and contributing towards nation building and reconciliation. Honorable members, at its core, ours as an activist parliament must be about to ensure that we are able to intercede and intervene with the executive. We must be able to intercede and intervene with organs of state and business on behalf of our people. But most, we must continually seek to accelerate the delivery of services in order to transform the lives of ordinary South Africans. Such a parliament challenges public representatives, that is us now, we are challenging ourselves, to work faster and smarter with the resources at our disposal in order to meet the legitimate and expectations of our people. Furthermore, our collective improving our people's quality of life also hinges on how well we use the oversight mechanisms by our rules, by our constitution, at our disposal. In exercising this crucial function of Parliament and its various committees to oversee and review the endeavors of the executive, we must ensure that the outcomes of our oversight activities accelerate the process of transformation with an objective of improving the lives of our people. Our oversight activities must become a mechanism through which to ensure good governance, to accelerate, develop, and deepen cooperative governance. These broad principles must be pursued within the parameters of our cooperative constitutional framework. Taking it further, our recommendations and interventions must reflect the heart and needs of our people and must be driven by the prompt response of a vibrant activist parliament. Honorable members, within the context and frame of reference, we recognize that local government is crucial for any democracy. The Provincial Week program is and was and is and will continue to be an adequate response to the constitutional and socio-economic imperatives at play in advancing the developmental agenda of municipalities. The Provincial Week is one of the key mechanisms that we had established ourselves as a council to achieve our mandate of representing the country's and at the national sphere. Therefore, that re-emphasizes the point that it was not by any mistake that our former president signed off the Constitution that gave more meaning to the role of the other house of changing the character of the National Council of Provinces from being a Senate to an institution that will be much more effective in ensuring that all spheres of government are represented at the level. This program continues to be the centerpiece for the articulation of local government and provincial concerns at national level. It's a mechanism that ensures that provincial delegates to the National Council keep in touch with their respective provinces with the aim of receiving mandates to be placed on the national agenda. Since its inception, The Provincial Week has grown to be one of the mechanisms used by the NCOP to oversee and collect information insofar as progress that our provinces are making to assist our local municipalities in delivering quality services to our people. It has also afforded the NCOP an opportunity to undertake joint oversight and ensure the spirit of working together, continued monitoring of progress in the delivery of services to our communities. The Provincial Week in its current form and content has sought to transform and energize the state machinery to serve the cause of social change. It has further sought to ensure that every South African, particularly the poor, experience an improved quality of life. The Provincial Week program is also in line with the move to build a developmental state, as it affords permanent delegates an opportunity to identify key policy areas and concrete policy proposals that might be aligned to pursue the realization of a developmental state. Having perused all the reports of provinces, one comes to a conclusion that seeks to say that despite the advances made in service delivery since 1994, improvement in service delivery, the pace of improvement in service and the quality of services provided do not in many cases match the expectation of many of our people. Meaning, therefore, there is an appreciation that there are still challenges. At the same time, we take note of the kind of progress that we at the local level. Because the report even speaks to municipalities that have enjoyed a number of years of disclaimers, more than 10 years, whom today we can speak of and say they are out of that kind of, which is an important interventionist activity, which we have learned one or two things from there. Many municipalities continue to be engulfed by poor governance and accountability problems, weak financial management skills, gap, high vacancies in crucial and critical senior management positions, and lack of informed, coordinated planning. Ineffective internal controls and procurement practices and critical skills gaps account for rising municipal debt and financial positions of many municipalities, and in particular that most municipalities continue to underspend the municipality infrastructure grant, and this has an impact on the fight against poverty. I think I must just take the opportunity to advantage the fact that the Deputy Minister is here. Deputy Minister, there's a very important observation we've made in the report, that it speaks to the cry, especially of those municipalities that are unable to generate or collect revenue, where Treasury at the national level had sought to intervene to assist other municipalities, metros, and others that have been characterized. There is an outcry out there that begins then to say, if those municipalities have been assisted, we also be assisted. And this is a specific cry that I can point to a municipality of the where they felt that if they can also enjoy such an assistance from Treasury, whether it be at the national level, it will improve their level of revenue collection and therefore their capacity and ability to deliver services. So we're making the point against the backdrop that the MIG program is aimed as central to its objective, of course. We find it also quite interesting that whilst there is this problem, municipalities are able to improve their capacity to implement their MIG grants, because the program is aimed at providing all South Africans with at least basic level of service through the provision of grant finance to cover the capital cost of basic infrastructure for the poor. MIG program is part of the government's overall strategy to eradicate poverty and to create conditions for economic development. And I think that's one of the issues that we need to a little bit harder as permanent delegates provinces, to begin to instill that sense of appreciation of our municipalities, not to sit back, receive the grant, and not be able to utilize it. But we need to find ways how we utilize our energies to assist these municipalities to be able to utilize the grant. In a cooperative manner, it is important to strengthen municipal oversight role by strengthening the roles of the speakers, strengthening the separation of powers between the executive and the council, so that council is able to hold the mayoral committees accountable. There is that sense that we are being, we can't hold the mayoral committee accountable, and we don't know what is it that they are doing. And we did report, of course, that at the legislative, at the legislative sector level, there is a subcommittee that has been established to begin then to look at mechanisms on how then to establish and assist local. That also goes with the capacity of or strengthening the capacity of our audit committees, because that's also one of the problems that comes out of the report, to say the audit committees, their ability to function is also that we look into it and strengthen our audit committees. Most municipalities suffer the fate of lack of clear separation, of course, as I've mentioned already, the extent to which they raise their issues and they find expression in the. Honorable members, local government continues to be an important instrument in advancing the 6 pillars identified by the National Development Plan, which are the mobilization of South Africans, active engagement of citizens in their own development or on their own development, expansion and growth of the economy and changing the ownership patterns, building of key capabilities, human, physical, and institutional, fostering of strong leadership throughout our society, and building capable state and a developmental one. To advance our overall improvement of services, local government must become a career of choice. We must also strive to avail the and support for new entrants and existing employees. Efforts to strengthen local government delivery agents will have to be prioritized. In all spheres of government, we will need to improve intergovernmental coordination, and the Provincial Week therefore continue to provide us that kind of space that we will have to engage with. The multiple crises of our economy, environment, and brought the state back to the center of political and policy discourse. Those who promoted the idea of the state as outcome of the marketplace, of course, definitely they have lost their legitimacy. So there is no need to analyze the relationship between the people and the state in relation to the discourse on human development and democracy, precisely because of the state has already clarified that capacity. This requires ownership and participation of multi-stakeholders, as well as inclusive spaces for women, the poor, and the marginal participants in the transformative agenda of our democratic governance. As I conclude, Chairperson, let me therefore, I can see I'm under pressure. The legitimacy of the inclusive, responsive, and capable state is derived from the origin of power, as well as the exercise of power. The effectiveness of the state is to a large extent based on the responsiveness and performance of its institution. Therefore, with weak institutions, the state will not be able to deal with matters. Within this broader framework of inclusivity, development, it is clear to see that weeks are a succinct response to the mandate of advancing and accelerating the system towards building a capable state with institutions, which will automatically, therefore, allow our people to have a better life and get out of poverty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I was not going to, if you decided not to check the time that is on the right. So those that will be going for the first time, we do have a clock there that is on our right, so you'll make it be much easier. So I was not going to leave you, Deputy Chairperson. Fortunately, you stick to time. Honorable Van Lingen.
Honorable Chairperson, I doubted that Honorable Tau is new to the job or the timekeeping. In fact, you should have cut him to make up for the time that we've lost with him before. Honorable Chairperson, members, visitors, we were told in the Eastern Cape, you need medicine. Medicine that works is really bitter. That was the message from Councillor Johannes Mohapi in the Elo municipality in the Eastern Cape. This begs the question, are we fulfilling the NCOP's oversight role in line with the constitutional mandate of this House, or do we need medicine, bitter medicine? On Tuesday, this House debated the legacy of Madiba. From the mandate of the House was to have a legislative role that will influence provincial and governance, determine which legislation, regulation, policy adversely affect provincial and local government, be actively involved in the legislative solutions in provincial and local government, and conduct oversight that should concentrate on provincial and local matters brought to a national level. This was the mandate of the NCOP stated by the then Deputy President Thabo Mbeki in 1998. Yet now in 2015, we faced with issues in total contrast to this mandate because we want to run in the slipstream of the. We've encountered several issues that are crisscrossing most of the provinces, but we'll stick to the basics in the Eastern Cape. Councillor Salman in Joe Garby District Municipality said that legislative burdens made it very difficult to get clean audits or to mandate to deliver services. Did it mean that it was actually the legislation that did not work? Or was the problem that Operation Clean Audit is beginning to kick in? Of the audit could have been immediately resolved if the audit of the Eastern Cape was present. He briefed the Eastern Cape permanent delegates on Monday, the 20th of July. He was invited but conspicuous in his absence. If the finances of a municipality cannot be managed according to the law, local municipalities cannot fulfill the developmental role or create a climate for innovation. You see, because investment in a well-run municipality grows the economy of the municipality and actually creates the jobs. Achieved a clean audit. Mayoress Nozibele Mcha, municipal manager Awa, and the CFO, Mr. Fenter, must be congratulated on performance. This is not the first year, but the third that they have achieved this result. So it is a good story. However, at the same public, the NCOP permanent delegate informed that the clean audit opinion might reflect the proper financial management, yet the services are not delivered on the ground. Projects in certain wards like Ward 9 and 13 were still uncompleted. The learning curve of this provincial week is that we have public meetings in municipalities with financial without scrutinizing the finances of all the East Cape municipalities. We had no basis to work from. Where service delivery is concerned, the Back to Basics program is clear, but it was the ANC in the first place that lost the plot. And now they've got basics. It's like this House. Councillor Moore in Elondini Municipality expressed his disappointment, Honourable Chairperson, about the decorum of Parliament. The fact that we're not doing here what we're supposed to do. We tend to fight one another and we do not address the issues on the ground as we are expected and supposed to do. The MEC for Local Government in the Eastern Cape, and I see he's again not here today, was not present on day one or for the entire duration of our oversight week in the province. The first day, the excuse was that Monday is a political day, but he knew very well and had ample notice that we were there on the Monday already. So I can only think that he has disregard for our constitutional mandate, and also he doesn't care too much about his specific portfolio of local government. A little bit as far as the logistics are concerned, in the Eastern Cape, doing 3 district municipalities was very difficult, so we were good enough to split into 3 groups, and it went very well. We covered vast areas. Only the problem where I was the only person in a bus for 3 of the days. And Honourable Wana had a car, the official Parliament had their car, and the officials from the province had their own car. I feel that if we kept the money into a smaller, more lean way, we could have travelled together and saved money and spent more on the people on the ground. In Malatswai, we visited a housing project called, the site was where the train houses were erected before 1994. And the project is beautiful and it will be completed in November. There were no issues. But let me tell you, this was a brag project. Just higher up in Allowell North, where Hilton is, a similar project had been terminated. It was stopped. Nothing was happening. No houses were built, building material lying there, and only the signboard of the contractor was actually up on the fence. The councillor, Tia Fourie, tells me that the people are disappointed because, first of all, the houses are not being finished, and secondly, that some of them were hoping to get jobs in the project and they're not. Across the road from Hilton, what they have is what is called top structures. So the house is built, and only now the wastewater treatment plant pipes are being laid. Unfortunately, 2-meter deep trenches are left open amongst houses, soil is scraped up on the walls, and it is extremely dangerous for children to play in. And of course, there are still raw sewage spills all over. So in Dukatole, the residents were moved to 291 emergency houses in Joe Garby district, and that there they only have 6 toilets, of which 4 are. The human department tells me they cannot put more toilets because people sell. So, Chairperson, there are many similar projects and issues that we must address. But I want to assure you that the Democratic Alliance understands the mandate of the National Council of Provinces, and that we are committed to the Constitution and our values charter of freedom and opportunity. We will raise the issues and projects that do not work on the ground, investigate if it is policy, legislation at fault, and ensure that it is rectified.
Thank you. Chairperson of Safety and Liaison in the Eastern Cape, Honourable Peter.
Honourable Chairperson and members, it is my privilege in this House to reflect on our experiences of the National Week and its focus on local government in the Eastern Cape. Firstly, Chairperson, we appreciate the maximum participation of municipalities in this program, including organs of civil society. The Provincial Department of KwaZulu-Natal participated in this program as they were part of the first briefing with members of the NCOP. I think Honorable Van Lingen misses a point here, and she is attempting to mislead the House, whilst she is failing to tell the House that she was not part of the debriefing on the last of the visit because of the DA on Fridays. What has been demonstrated by municipalities, Honorable Chairperson, in the Provincial Week and service delivery sites we visited is a clear indication that local government agenda is in action in the Eastern Cape. Our municipalities are much more focused in rolling out infrastructure program and local economic development projects. Municipalities are also consistent in providing basic services to their communities. These include free basic services for the indigents, who are also in greater need of services. Honorable Chair, local government is dedicated to deal with poverty, unemployment, and inequality. These triple challenges, honorable members, are a consequence of centuries of exploitation deliberately perpetrated against the majority of citizens. This is a fact. The construction of internal and access roads, housing, construction of roads, electrification, and expanded BUX program all have a massive job creation element, which is mostly beneficial to youth and women who are unemployed. And this is a good story we must tell, I agree with honorable members. ANC-led municipalities, our communities are changing day by day, Chairperson. Our communities are better than they were before. Unlike in DA-led municipalities in the Eastern Cape, where DA councillors were unable to establish ward committees in a small municipality which is constituted by only 5 wards, and they had to be assisted by the Provincial Department of KwaZulu-Natal as usual. DA councillors were confused. They were found wanting in Bavians, a small municipality, and district. Honorable Chair, as we continue to create a better life for all, others will continue to this program because of jealousy. And the reason, Chairperson, is that in South Africa, we have an official opposition which still represents the interests of the previous ruling classes under apartheid. We also see a new trend in Parliament, municipalities, and in some legislation, where opposition parties are forming up nefarious coalitions with
Honorable Peter, sorry. Honorable Van Lingen, why are you rising?
I'm rising on a point of order because this honorable member is misleading the House. He's inferring that the current opposition parties come from the apartheid era with their attitude. Now, I want him to withdraw that bit or read the paragraph so that you can judge for yourself.
Honorable Van Lingen, you know it's a point for debate. It's not a point of order. It is. Honorable Peter, continue.
We also see a new trend in Parliament, Honorable Chair, in municipalities and in some legislatures, where opposition parties are forming up nefarious coalitions with the aim of creating a possibility where it will be possible for them to replace the ruling ANC, which is a leading political force and an agent for change. But 44 municipalities out of 45 in the Eastern Cape are in good hands of the ANC. And Eastern Cape will remain the base of the ANC no matter what, including in Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Municipality. And those who are dreaming about taking that metro must forget. That metro is in good hands, and we have a sober mayor in Nelson Mandela Metro. Our electorate, Chairperson, is neither interested nor excited about these coalitions, and they remain sober to the cause of our revolution. Honorable Chair, our municipalities have improved outcomes.
Order, members.
And this has been confirmed by the Auditor General. While some received clean audits, many received unqualified opinions, moving up from disclaimer and adverse opinions. Chairperson, our turnaround strategy is now 4 years. We have taken far-reaching steps in eliminating the factors that were undermining the effectiveness of a developmental local government system, which were mostly related to human and material resources, while some were policy-related. Chairperson, the establishment of a South African developmental state is grounded in the vision of a state and society working together at all levels to advance social justice, economic growth, and development. A developmental government system is central in building a developmental state which will be transformative in character. One of the pillars of our strategy is the emphasis on the fact that local government in South Africa serves as a social compact across all spheres of society to contribute to responsive, accountable, and effective municipalities. In essence, Honorable Chairperson, local government is everybody's business in South Africa. In the Eastern Cape, institutions of higher learning, like the University of Fort Hare, are now forming up partnerships with municipalities, human resources, and financial management matters, while some, like Singu local municipality, have formed partnerships with manufacturing companies like PG Bison on matters relating to engineering. In conclusion, Chairperson, local government is moving South Africa forward by creating a better life for all citizens, and local government is working better towards achieving the goals of the National Development Plan. The ANC will continue with the amalgamation of small municipalities which are not financially viable, municipalities which are battling in other respects that could make a better life for communities. But this non-viability, Chairperson, has its own history because it is informed by the fact that ANC in 1995 inherited apartheid local authorities which were bankrupt. And this is a bad story we must remind other members in this House. Because in 1995, we started a long journey of local government in the Republic with the establishment of transitional councils. I would like to remind us, Chairperson, about bad things they were part of their creation under apartheid. Other members must remember towns like Steynsburg, Venterstad, and Bergerstop towns constitute Harip local municipality. But today, these towns are better than they were before 1994. People have their own houses, there are new schools, every house is connected to the national grid, there is sanitation, we removed bucket systems, there is a tap of water in every yard. Is this not a good members? Definitely. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Gaila.
Honorable Chairperson, Van Lingen, I didn't miss anything in the deep briefing because Honorable Peter was also not in the deep briefing. The ruling party is failing development agenda in municipalities at the expense of the poor people. The visit to our Tambo district has exposed this. People of Port St. John's, Nyandeni had to take to demand of upgrading and maintenance of roads which are in bad state. External and internal connection roads are in a state of decay with no sense of urgent action. Some roads in municipality material remain unsurfaced yet. They were gazetted long time ago. There is no absolute justification for neglect. Water and sanitation infrastructure is under budgeted with only 10 million for management. Painfully, no clarity or whether there is any planned budget for repayments and maintenance of daily decaying infrastructure. In some areas in KSD and Nyandeni, people do not have access to basic human necessity like water and sanitation. Greenville in Umtata is a case in point where water was non-existent for 4 weeks. Wilson District Municipality lists as a success the development of new towns, malls. Town planning fails to address the historic challenge. Much of the report and does not confirm the existence of spatial development plan. The socio-economic infrastructure of the majority of rural municipalities demands special and dedicated attention. In this regard, the UDM proposes that a special rural infrastructure backlog fund be created. The current municipality infrastructure is either under-budgeted or biased towards rural areas. Without this crucial intervention, development agenda in rural municipality cannot be advanced. Senior managers like municipal manager in OR Tambo, Port St. John's, KSD, municipalities are in acting position. Worse in KSD, local municipality, the unbearable execution of double acting chief financial officer. The ruling party needs to take people of rural areas serious and treat them with respect. Okugqibela asekhaya. Kukho izindlu ezingagqitywanga eMthatha Mhlekazi. Kudala zingagqitywanga. Phakathi komaster district council yase-OR Tambo kukho ipothole enkulu, yibhafu enkulu, ungabhafa kuyo. Uthi umasipala onjalo angabanceda kanjani abantu? Ezi nto nithetha ngazo ngee-ward committees zikhona, they are not financed. Kutshiwo, they are not financed. Kubekho ingxaki enantsinga ye-land claims. Idolophu yasento inklenywayo kudala ndinixelela loo nto leyo. Bayakhala inantsi awuceba benu. Ngabenu, bathi abakwazi kwenza nto. E-KSD, abantu bakhumbula iintsuku ze-UDM. Zange bafumane service oko kwakhutshwa i-UDM. Nini? Kunzima ngokuna. INAMPEC is not working well because it's not. Siyacela ngandike nincedeni abantu. Projects that are there, poultry projects. Why do I born up where you fund a project with 100,000? What can a person do with 100,000? Thank
you. The Honorable Chairperson of Social Development from Free State, Honorable Mapina.
Honorable Chairperson of the session, Honorable Deputy Mayor, Honorable Member of the NCOP, representatives from the different provinces. Let me take this opportunity and introduce myself. NdinguNombulelo, ndingudikela, ndingutswebane, ndinguhala, ndimagxebe akadliwa sibhoko. The NCOP of the Provincial Week. The Provincial Week took place on the 21st to the 24th July 2015 under the theme Advancing Developmental Agenda of Municipalities for the Better Life for Our People. In the Free State, the joint delegation of the NCOP and the Provincial Legislature had briefing meetings with the Provincial Executive, the Office of the AG, as well as the leadership of Salga, before embarking on oversight visit to the Kopano municipality and the Harib district municipality, as well as the Naledi local municipality, the Mangaun social housing project, as well as the Seisaramabudi Stadium. The main objective of having briefing session and conducting site visit during and under review was to examine the current state of the local government and respect to its developmental mandate, service delivery, and institutional capacity. Honorable Chairperson, during this visit, the joint delegation was briefed on the following challenges facing dysfunctional municipalities. Disclaimer, non-compliance with legislation, poor quality of financial statements, rate of the revenue collection, non-utilization of MIG for the intent purpose. During the visit, the Kopano local municipality, the delegation was informed that the 20 census report indicated that the decrease in the population of the municipality for the approximately 6,900 people, and this was one of the contributing factors that led to downgrading of the municipality from grade 3 to 2. Subsequently, the equitable share was negatively affected during the year 2014 and 15 and 2015 and 2016 financial years. The municipalities is currently being consistent. However, this has not yet been resolved. The municipality also has a shortage of water and is recovering their water from the Harib Dam through Bloom Water, who has the necessary infrastructure to process water and selling the water to municipality at a very higher cost. However, despite the financial constraints, the municipality has managed to go from a disclaimer audit report in the year 2011 and 12 financial year to qualify audit report 2012, 2013, and 2013 for 20 financial year. Furthermore, plans are in place for the municipality to strengthen its staff complements in its financial department. At this stage, consultants are only utilized for verification of financial statements. The following recommendations was made to the leadership of the municipality. Number one, the lower revenue at the municipality addressed by the implementation of the revenue enhanced strategy. Two, the municipality administration sub-council should ensure the improvement of audit outcome and accountability. Three, assistance from the provincial legislature and National Council of Provinces will be required to address challenges that were identified regarding the supply of water. Lastly, the build committees on finance, appropriation, and cooperative governance and traditional affairs should have a joint meeting with National Treasury, Financial, Fiscal, Commission, Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs to look at the impact of the new equitable share formula on downgraded municipalities. During the meeting with the Harib District Municipality, the delegation was informed that the downgrading of the Kopano local municipality has had a negative impact on the Harib municipality, as it is the biggest municipality in the district. Furthermore, the amalgamation of the Naledi municipality with the Mangao Metro will negatively impact the district municipality. Other challenges facing the district municipality is poverty, service delivery, and infrastructure backlogs. Honorable Chairperson, the delegation conducted the oversight visit to the Naledi municipality, which serves a largely rural community. At present, a demarcation process is underway with incorporate with the municipality into the Mangao Metro. As with the number of municipalities in the Free State, the Naledi municipality has a population decrease, which has negatively affected the allocation of its municipal structure grant. The municipality has also faces a high number of litigation cases brought on whose property were damaged by fires and originated by municipality landfill site. These fires are caused by the municipality's inability to properly maintain its landfill site. The delegation therefore recommended that the municipality should fast-track the municipal manager. It was also recommended that the municipal manager should ensure that the manager of the municipality is in line with the principle of back to basic in terms of strategic objective of the local government. The restoration of the municipal relationship with farmers should also be a priority that could lead to a partnership in job creation and youth farmer mentorship programs. Lastly, Chairperson, met with the leadership of Mangaung Metro Municipality. The Metro has managed to move from a qualified to unqualified audit opinion opinion and has developed and implemented revenue enhancements for the Metro. The Metro has also rehabilitated all current facilities to make instead of building new infrastructure. Some of the challenges facing the Metro are as follows. Vast distance between the town in the Metro create challenges with regard to infrastructure distribution. The placement of an aging field and amalgamation into Mangaung, resulting in infrastructure development challenges. The absence of the service level agreement, the usage of consultant on infrastructure development project as the result of a shortage of engineers. The replacement of the muscle sport purification system, lack of integrated transport plan. Delegation made the following recommendation to the leadership of Metro. Number one, that the municipal manager should fast track of costing implication of making Naledi Metro into Metro and submit the report to the municipal consideration and adopt. And that the Mangaung Metro, in collaboration with the Naledi local municipality, should facilitate public participation and consultation process with communities with affected and the future amalgamation, and Metro should table quarterly progress reports to the relevant portfolio committee in the Free State Legislature on the amalgamation of the Naledi local municipality with the Metro. Honorable Chairperson, all in all, the Provincial Week, the visit state was a success. The delegation having fruitful engagement with the political and administrative leadership to the municipality visited. There are many challenges facing municipalities in Free State, especially with regarding to the doubling population number of the resulting reduction in the relocation of MIGs. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Bakis.
Chair, when 3 minutes, please tell me. Let me appreciate person, Deputy Minister, members of the House. For me, it's a great honor to be part of this important debate in this important house, a custodian of the best interest of our provinces, and the warden of the deep aspirations of the mass forest of our people. This is the house that should operate for, with, along such social needs with our people. Having done its work over the past or recent past Provincial Week, we deem it fit here, have proper and accurate reflection on the issues that emerged or are emerging in the provinces. However, we are conscious and with the understanding of what we are dealing with should be informed by a background perspective of our history. The history that will always appear to be cluttering in the minds of our detractors and the beneficiaries of appropriate system, precisely because it continues to be beneath their level of intelligence. In fact, we must constantly averse our people suffered beneath the weight and the dignity of the oppressors and the engineers of the structure of the South African society that destroyed the black majority through autogenous development as a linchpin policy. The current inequities that we are trying to resolve are not making, but those of appropriate system laced with warped mechanism of market fundamentalism. The dawn of democracy in 1994 brought about change which negated
Honorable Isaac, why are you rising?
Honorable House Chair, if you could just speaker to explain in
No,
explicable
Honorable Isaac.
inequitas.
Honorable Isaac. Honorable Isaac.
Inexplicable inequitas.
Honorable Isaac. Honorable
My
Isaac.
intelligence.
To take equation. The issue of a term, unfortunately, we can't assist you. Continue, Honorable Pakis.
The dawn of democracy in 1994 brought about change which negated the minority calamitous rule in our land. This new dispensation brought about new possibilities challenges in our country. Part of fundamental challenge which is a constant benefit for white capital was the egregious disinvestment for our country, but abroad. Of calamitous rule with their warped mechanism of market saw an opportunity based on their flawed superficial analysis of the political situation in our country, leaving the masses suffering from the dictum of tormenting poverty and social inequality. The codified system of colonialism of special type never induced humility. Its vices could not be the measure of our virtue. It is within this perspective and from this vantage point we ought to understand challenges facing our country and the political economy, which explain the living, the production, distribution of resources within human society, of material needs of life, and the relation between men and in the process of production and exchange. Therefore, in grappling with these issues of service delivery to our people, we will not be blindfolded by the form, being in high political office or government, yet while content is distinct, the reality of economic structure, that the geographic segmentation of living areas based on race and class and urban sprawl and levels of service provisions, access to amenities in our cities are so unequal, inefficient, relatively expensive to manage, worse on or in rural areas. The long-term guarantee, Chair, of quality service is our transformed economy that transformed, laced with popular mobilization of the great masses who should not be passive recipients of service, but active elements in the life of our people as a nation, well-articulated institutional arrangement and the framework, and unquestionable commitment of our cadres to serve the people. Emerging from the NCOP visit, few fundamental issues need to be mentioned. The importance of proper and well-defined relationship between bloom water and guaranteed supply of water to our people is a fundamental issue, Deputy Minister. they need to monitor the impact of the reviewed formula on allocation of resources to municipalities in a form of the grant to municipalities, which must be based on instead of population growth or decline. And that formula is not scientific, that's my view. Improved and better coordination of district and local municipalities. They need to resuscitate the railway line between Bloemfontein and Tabanchu. Having said this, we need to assure members of the society that as bona fide members of the ANC and voluntary actors in the long-standing process of the revolution, continue to strive to be the first to acknowledge challenges and limitations in our governance. Equally so, unflinchingly, Honorable Isaac, defend the government and the organization. It will not be the ranters with their infertile understanding to remind us and point to our failures. We consciously understand and have internalized the suffering of people. In no way we can derive joy or pleasure from their suffering and tormenting conditions.
That's the 3 minutes.
Wow, let me talk to the last issue. Chair, one issue important is the social housing, the progress that has been made by Mangaung municipality on social housing. The last issue, Chair, to use this platform to deplore the level in which consultants are being used. I want to repeat that. Consultants are being used, that just consultants in the municipalities without any value for money, but bumpers in the midst of the consultants. The critical question is, for how long shall we be exploited by these vampire corporate companies who does not even disseminate necessary skill and expertise for our municipalities for their own survival in the long term? This issue needs a special attention from leadership and authority and the intervention that...
Honorable Mtileni, why are you standing?
I'm standing to appreciate Honorable Pakis
No,
for acknowledging
take your seat. Take your seat. There is-
consultants are eating a lot from the
Honorable
public purse.
Mpambos Pugwana.
I'm happy
No,
he acknowledges.
no, Mtileni. Mtileni. Members, and presiding. Honorable Mtileni, take your seat. No, take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable Mpambos Pugwana.
Can I please Honorable Pakis to take a question? Honorable Pakis, I've got a question for him. I've got a question for Honorable Pakis.
Honorable Pakis, are you ready to take a question?
Not now.
No, take your seat. Continue, Honorable Pakis.
This issue needs a special attention, Honorable Deputy Minister, because said they cannot have capacity to assist municipalities in terms of hands-on approach so that we surmount the challenges that are facing the municipalities. And we need a long-term intervention for the survival of our institutions. The last issue, Chair, is the issue of planning commission that we need to put into place, which will not be an extension of our bureaucracy, but with political muscle to champion professional and coordinated development within government programs. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable MEC, Doctor from Gauteng, Honorable Mamabolo. I'm sorry to all members. I'm appealing to all of you that you might be having a speakers list that is not the same with what I'm having. So don't rely on what you are having. It's an outdated one. I'm sorry for that confusion. Honorable order, members.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Let me convey our sincere greetings to Honorable Deputy Minister Andrew Snell. Guest presents, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Honorable, I feel deeply honored and privileged to address this House during a very important period of the country, celebrating revolutionary contributions made by women, and in particular working class women, to liberate our country from what the ANC-led alliance define as the triple oppression of women. These are contradictions of national oppression based on race, patriarchy or male domination, and lastly that of class as workers. And let me also take the opportunity to convey sincere greetings to all revolutionary women today and of course this week in the city of Tshwane in Gauteng province. We are hosting the Congress of the ANC Women's League, and we wish them good regards, Malibongwe. Now, honorable members, on behalf of the Premier David Makura and the provincial government, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the NCOP delegation that visited our province. I hope honorable members that participated in the visit will agree that indeed we had an honest, frank, and dynamic conversation done in the Western municipalities. And of course, this includes the challenges in. I must say that I've had the opportunity to go through the final report as published, and I would like to welcome and appreciate the report. On behalf of our provincial government, we definitely work on the recommendations contained in the report, and I'm very much pleased to say that the report goes forward. We do not have, honorable members, issues with the report. We think it's a good report, and I would like to commend all the members for the good work they have done and the good work prepared. And we accept all the recommendations. Now, as a good gesture to that, let me just confirm that we are deeply pleased, particularly by the observation made in the report under the heading Conclusion and the Sub Governance in Local Government, paragraph 9.10.4. It reads, open quote, the delegates noted with appreciation the good work done by the Premier, the Auditor General, Treasury and COGTA to support and monitor the municipalities within Gauteng province. I must also congratulate you for the overall thrust of your recommendations. At the heart of the recommendations made by honorable members, we have noted particularly the 5 areas and this relates firstly to service delivery, to financial viability of municipalities, local economic development, governance in local government, and lastly, spending of the municipal infrastructure grants. Now, honorable members, these are the 5 recommendations you have made for our province, in particular for interventions in the Western district municipalities, of course supporting all the local municipalities. And I'm pleased to say that we will implement recommendations as a matter of urgency. Now, as a matter of emphasis, let me restate what that our province, and of course we have reported this to you, has adopted a vision of transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization. As clearly conveyed to honorable members, we have also tabled to you that as part of this vision, we have adopted the 5 corridors which are aligned to municipal demarcations in our province. In the Western district municipalities and of course all the local municipalities, that whole area aligned to municipal demarcation, we call it the Development Corridor. We have of course tabled to you our vision and core interventions to support municipalities in this area. And of course, as the report indicates, the province is doing a good work to support all our municipalities in the West Rand. And it is in that context that I would not want to take time because, as I've said, we agree with the recommendations that have been made. Now, just to conclude, honorable members, let me indicate that most of you might be aware that the Municipal Demarcation Board has made a profound announcement on a matter that has occupied us as the government and, of course, our municipalities, reordering or reconfiguring the municipal landscape in the West Rand on the basis of a metro government. And I must say that although the proposal that we had made to the Municipal Demarcation Board, of course, dating back to many years, has not been accepted as yet. But we welcome the principled position taken by the Municipal Demarcation Board that they would want to do further work to come to a proper determination on reordering the West Rand on the basis of a metro system of government. Now, let me also take the opportunity to emphasize what the Premier said, that as the provincial government, we are going to work very hard, and the work will start with immediate effect to make sure that we have the whole of Gauteng as a single integrated city region organized on the basis of a metro system of government. And I'm very much pleased to say that we work as soon as possible to make sure that we work with the Demarcation Board to arrive at that conclusion. I'd like also to say to you that you may be aware that in October 2013, the Municipal Demarcation Board made an announcement merging the municipalities of Western Area and Randfontein local municipalities. Let me, honorable members, as the Premier did, that the decision to merge Western Area and Randfontein local municipalities was a decision made by the Demarcation Board, responding to our initial request to establish West Rand as a full metro. That decision was not a request of the provincial government. It was a compromise arrived at by the Municipal Demarcation Board, and therefore we remain firm in our position as the provincial government that the best option for the entire West Rand is a metro system. Merging Western Area and Randfontein is not the best option. However, having said that, we will respect the decision of the Demarcation Board. They have made that decision. We will work with them to support them. It is not in the best interest of government to challenge how did the Demarcation Board come to that determination. We will continue to merge the two municipalities as a stepping stone and, of course, as a decisive step towards a single integrated metro system for the whole of the West Rand. Let me also say that because I know that some parties, desperate to grab some small pieces of municipalities thinking that they can get a vote, have tried in the public space to create an impression that the Premier of the province and all of us were speaking past each other or in different parallel directions on the issue of a integrated metro system in the whole of the West Rand. And I would like to emphasize, we are one as government. We will make sure that the West Rand is organized on the basis of a single integrated metro system, actually for the rest of the provinces. But we will the decision of the Demarcation Board on the two municipalities, which was never our vision in the first place. When the Premier says, merging two small municipalities take us anywhere, the Premier position of the province, we will continue to make sure, as per your report, as per your recommendation, continue the good work to support all the municipalities, not only in the West Rand, but in the whole of our province. That is why in our province we do not have municipalities that are classified as dysfunctional, municipalities that are said to be in deep crisis. That is because, as the report observes, we continue to do good work as the provincial government. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Mokosi.
Ke a leboga modulasetilo, ke dumedisa balwantwa porofense tse robongwe Afrika Borwa ka bophara. The Constitution of the Republic recognizes the importance of government in economic development through the following statement. The must structure and manage its administration and budgeting and planning processes to give priority to the basic needs of the community and to promote the social and economic development of the community. On the local government 1998, which introduced the concept of developmental local government, defined as local government committed to working with groups within the community to find sustainable their social, economic, and material needs and improve the quality of their lives. From the above, it is clear that the founding fathers of our democracy envisioned local government as a sphere of government that would be the most people to deliver basic services such as sanitation. But the reality is that, according to Minister Gordon, a third of South African municipalities are dysfunctional as a result of the aptitude of the ANC leadership, deeply corruption, and poorly capacitated human resources because the ANC employs only its cadres to strategic as a reward for being loyal to the organization. The reality is that the majority of the municipal cannot deliver such basic services as water provision, sanitation, and road maintenance. Residents of municipalities such as the Marikana municipality in the Makana municipality in Cape to live with the normalization. Chairperson, can you protect me?
Order, members.
How can this current state of municipalities ever action of a development of local government? Moreover, municipalities raise their revenues from 3 sources. First, they raise some of their own revenue by changing all people who own property such as land, mbu, houses, and businesses raised based on the party. The second way they raise revenue is by charging tariffs for services like water, electricity, refuse, removal, and use of the municipal facilities such as sports grounds. Some municipalities can generate a lot of revenue in this way, while poorer municipalities can raise virtually nothing and are almost totally dependent on funding transfers from national government, which is the third source of revenue from municipalities. How with municipalities receiving less than 15% of the national budget, as 50% for the national sphere of government and 35% for provinces. This means that municipalities simply cannot afford to catalyze any self-perpetuating development. This metropolitan municipalities stand a good sufficient financial resources to lead massive development because they can sustain themselves from the tariffs they get from residents. Poor rural municipalities cannot raise this kind of revenue and are only dependent on the grant they get from the state. The ANC government does not want to deal with these disparities between urban and rural municipalities, compromising the ability of rural municipalities to play a developmental role. But the situation can be resolved through courageous leadership. The task of economic transformation of local government requires a strong government with the ability to develop a clear strategic vision, which it will also be able to implement and monitor. Municipalities should have internal capacity to build and maintain infrastructure, such as roads, railway, and dams. It is the independence on tenders that creates fertile ground for corruption to thrive. Of this should be a motivated, well-trained, inspired, and well-remunerated human resources capacity. Development plans and local economic development plans should be developed in municipalities. Do not view short-term projects as development. Municipalities must be the drivers of industrialization and employment creation. For this to happen, you visionary and brave leadership which can only be found in the economic freedom fighters. Ki bua gape ke ipoeletsa ke re ha motho a beile mo rentseng wa beres ga ana go tsama a eteletse pele gope ngwana yo tlogo ragwe ya no ngwana o tlogo kholo re eteletseng pele wa re si ha ke bua ke na ke a re ha o utlwe ka re ke a go hera o go ga go duele le gore o ko Ba matlala wa ka o dutse ha ba ke santse ke le fresh ke tlhoke metsi. Nako e ke e nyane tota.
Our special KZN, Honorable Dube.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu kumhlali ngaphambili. Together we can build a better communities. I just want to remind some people about the message of the president before 2009 elections. It's always important to remind people who seem to forget because they've got political. Our manifesto addresses the main challenges we face in our communities and local government and the ways of doing things. We've got ways of doing things. Local government and communities face major challenges that we are aware of. One is reducing unemployment, more access to better quality services, overcoming the legacy of apartheid, spatial development, strengthening community participation. I want to emphasize on this one, and building effective, accountable, and clean local government. We walk the talk. Leaders, I want to quote these words from John E. Mitchell. Great leaders are courageous initiators. They are unafraid to test new ideas or face confrontation and criticism. They are bold doers, not merely perpetual dreamers. Advancing the development agenda of municipalities for better life for our people. Deputy Minister, Presiding Officer, Chairperson of NCOP, members of the executive, honorable members, the Speaker and the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal was excited to host our delegates in our province. This was a joint council and the respective provincial legislature to give expression of constitution and of cooperative governance and the representation of the local sphere in national government. We do take note that high value is to be afforded to be provincial week. The work that goes into arranging such program and appreciation for the work that is done during the program. The theme drafted is to ensure that we focus on development. It was essential that attention is paid to concern raised by the Auditor General in relation to service delivery with or without opinions. Provincial Week is about starting to work on how to get to this point. We have adopted a strategy by municipalities. The strategy is called Back to Basics. This is the municipality strategy which focuses on looking at service delivery, commitment made by the executive, leadership in municipalities, and sanitation issues and human settlement. The strategy also calls for the municipalities who are performing and those operating poorly. The provincial briefing to the delegates was done. The briefing was done by Honorable MSc of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, giving an eye view happening in our provinces. She welcomed the constructive oversight as it assists us in advancing attempts to services to those who need them most in this expansive and largely rural province. She also indicated that currently most of the resources are concentrated in eradication of the current drought spell. And one must emphasize this, Deputy Minister, as you would know, Natal is facing a serious drought. The drought has been with the province since 2014, when the province was formally declared the most of the municipality district as disaster areas. This assisted in allowing the province to access additional funding from National Department of Water and Sanitation, which has been processed for use by municipalities for disaster relief efforts. Provincial government has exercised oversight to ensure that the funding is being spent on its intended purposes. The challenge that we are facing that also came out very strongly when the delegation came under the Baba Unzimande. The drought has resulted in the death of 30 livestock, and the emerging farmers are feeling the brunt. Operations in sugar industry has cut, and many workers are laid off. Most of our dams are virtually empty, and these are the realities that you find on the ground, while others are helicoptering voices that sound like nothing. Our success in the midst of it all is revitalization, right? Because some of your members from the opposition, when we're going to the people, they did what they always do. They went to create noise at Nkandla instead of following the program that was laid before them. And that's your problem, that you are always hoovering. Our success was the revitalization of our agriculture, that is agricultural herbs, a rehabilitation of several irrigation schemes. The province is setting up 7 new district development agencies, facilitating access to finance for the small enterprises through a range of. The province is also leading in development and protection of human capital through housing, agricultural development, enterprise development, creation, skills development, as well as comprehensive poverty eradication plan. Singing like birds. Presentation was made by the Office of the Director General, the Office of the Premier, on the progress of the province in implementation of the National Development Plan. We do face the challenges, as we have said, but we are working on them. The Premier has established what is called Poverty Eradication Center that is managed by his office. Inkululeko Service Delivery Model, which is intergovernmental and integrated service delivery approach, which has been successful. Presentation by the HOD of Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, very clear that the province is, as much as we are facing challenges, but we are hitting the ground running. The municipalities, Vulamehlo, Umdoni, Umzumbe, Hibiscus, Esngoleni, Umzuyabantu, and we came across same challenges that we have spoken about: insufficient infrastructure, illegal connections of water, and they've placed some programs of addressing these challenges. But there are very good stories to tell. The municipality has managed to collect 100% of the amount due in property rates, successful revenue collection, installation of bulk meters to zone the entire zone adequately, war, commissioning and resetting pressure reducing valves. The issues of service delivery: yes, we have built more houses, we are building more roads, and many houses are electrified. There are rural development initiatives as we come from. There are also initiatives, even in the rural areas. We did site visits, Potchefstroom Park, Masinenge upgrade. When other people are happy with the informal settlements, we in KwaZulu-Natal are at war, removing squatter areas with the help of the progressive leaders and the organization that took over to make sure that people are getting better life which is the African National Congress. We appreciate the visit. We'll always make sure that we and do, as the report has been alluded to us, to ensure that we do everything that is recommended. We thank you.
Thank you. MSc of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure from Limpopo, Honorable Ndo.
Chairperson, Deputy Minister, honorable members of the NCOP, thank you very much. We're honored to be here to be part of this debate. As an honor to the Women's Month, we express our thanks and appreciation to the National Department of Human Settlement, bringing us in the province to host the 2015 Women's Build Program, where 60 houses will be built in Khatlako and Taoyatswala in Mkhalakwini as part of celebrating the Women's Month and the 60 years of the Freedom Charter. And also, as a gesture, we'll also allocate 1956 housing units to women contractors the Women's Month and the 1956 Women's Month to the Women Building. We want to say we're not going to disappoint. During the process, when we were in the Limpopo Development Plan, all stakeholders were united to come out with a blueprint that reflects a shared vision and strategic impact towards poverty reduction, elimination of social inequality, and the creation of jobs in our province. In the State of the Province Address 2015, Limpopo, Mr. Mpumalanga has this to say, we quote, Limpopo Development Plan has also identified specific economic regions that have a significant potential to accelerate the industrialization process in the province. This includes to Polokwane, Lephalale towards Zetsanin, and Makhado Musina corridor as priority in terms of integrated human and economic development, close quote. He further said, understanding the plan is a 10 high-level development targets to be attained by 2020. These targets are the achievement of economic growth of 3% revised in the light of the current performance of the global economy. Access to basic water from 83% to 90%. Increase access to electricity from 83% in 2014 to 90%. Increase access to sanitation from 43% in 2014 to more than 10%, I close quote. Members, the province has just come back from difficult past, which we don't want to see it repeating itself, hence we made a giant step in the rectification of what led to those problems. The national provinces was in our province recently, and you made your own determination on what was presented before you and your own observation during your stay in our province. We believe we've been able to satisfy your honorable selves with all the information and with regards to our municipal performance. We all know that a lot still needed to be done, but we believe today better than yesterday, and tomorrow will be far much better. The national government has approved the expanded public works program. We'll be launching the next weeks. Targets as we move with the national figure of ensuring that our people are able to be absorbed in employment opportunities. Our municipalities will be at the epicenter of ensuring our people are greatest beneficiaries of this program. We have been doing well as a province when it comes to this. We have in the EPWP phase 2 been able to achieve more than 100%, more than 110%, and we are hopeful that with strong municipal management process, we will work well to achieve our target for the phase 3. We are delighted that the General has stated that there seems to be good and improved relations between the chief financial officers and their municipal managers. This augurs well for financial accountability and ensuring that there is adherence to the Municipal Financial Management Act. I must in this August state that we have made a commitment to ensure that our municipalities are able to function and have all necessary qualified and capable management structure to carry out their functions with ease. In Limpopo, we had problems of municipalities that were unable to spend on the allocated municipal infrastructure grant. This we said it was unacceptable and ensured that the Department of Coxter and the Provincial Infrastructure Hub work together on a mechanism for our municipalities to improve in this regard. Honorable members, we have stated before that local government is a strategic the Sishiku community residential units to the deserving beneficiaries. This is a paradigm shift from the single-sex hostel to family units which are assisting in social cohesion agenda. Again, has commenced with the long-awaited Bendo Extension 100 project, where 756 households will benefit. These households will help those who ordinarily qualify for housing loans from commercial banks. These are the same cores that do not qualify for RDP houses, yet poor on mortgage. We must also state that we have within the infrastructure and also participated in the shortening of Tabani Mall in Tabani City, Thulamela municipality. In here, we're talking about the creation of 1,500 to 2,000 jobs, both permanent and on part-time basis. These projects are among some of the bigger projects that the government of Limpopo is pursuing to ensure we are able to create a conducive environment for people to live and basic services. We agree. We had some rough times with regards to labor unrest in various municipalities, over unpaid salaries, solidarity and support of fellow employees who have been suspended or dismissed, unpaid performance bonuses, improved conditions of workers. On this subject matter, honorable members, we have discovered that the cause of all this was due to non-functional labor management forums, poor relations between council and labor unions, and poor financial management. We are to intervene and recommend that there should be regular management and regular staff meetings and labor and management issues that fail. Where we have intervened, we have seen improvement. The province encountered community and service delivery projects in various areas, Bulubek, Bulukwane, Pelenkumbi, Greater Tsaning, Maruling, Greater Tuwaze, Elias Mtswaledi, Fitahomo, Mkhalakwena, Tabazimbe, and Thulamela. The main issues raised in these communities included water and electricity provisioning, and of course, road infrastructure. In our engagement with communities, some of these protests are about our inability to disseminate information and previous IDP priorities without the knowledge of community concern and factions in community. We agreed, honorable members, that office bearers must convene community report back meetings at regular intervals. Should be involved through recognized structures in matters affecting them, and where possible, government communicate to the diverse communities. Chairperson, we must retire the issue of debts to municipalities. Our municipalities are on a debt process, especially on the outstanding debts by departments, as we need to improve on the financial sustainability of the municipality, as this is negatively impacting on the provision of service delivery. Although honorable members, government departments or municipalities, the outstanding debts still need to be consistently verified. Any interest paid by any government department so far, we need to deal with this issue as interest as required by Municipal Financial Management Act and be dealt with directly with the individual municipalities. we must state that our municipal councils and committees of councils are functional, and all our district IGR forums are functional. However, challenges have been experienced regarding non-attendance by local municipalities. Honorable members, though all our 30 have established the municipal public accounts committees, we still are faced with functionality challenges. There has been, of course, poor attendance and reporting committees, and the implementation of recommendations also has given us problems. Unfortunately, honorable members, only 22 municipalities have approved their 2014-15 annual.
Round up.
Yes, Chairperson. Limpopo is a hive of activity. I'm concluding, Chair. Limpopo is a hive of activity now, and any one of us who is not part of the solution will find him or herself staff riding on a train that is moving fast, and this might have negative impact on all of us. When we said our departments and we must work and align their program with the provincial growth and development strategies as outlined in the plan and the medium-term strategies to conform to the outcomes of the rolling test. When we say municipalities must work out...
Your time has expired, Honorable Ndo.
I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Motara.
Honorable House Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Deputy Minister of COGTA, Honorable MECs from provinces, representatives from Salga, our honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to take this moment to pay a laudable voice of tribute to all the women who continue to carry the torch of resilience and relentless dedication to our national quest to wage against the oppression of women in society. Honorable House Chairperson, the Provincial Week remains one of the key strategic initiatives that was established by the NCOP in order to solicit provincial interest. It is one of the most strategic programs that is geared towards ensuring provincial delegates to the NCOP keep abreast with developments, as well as the challenges that are facing their provinces. The Provincial Week was established in line with the provision of the Constitution. It obligates the NCOP to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. Therefore, it also serves as a very important forum for the NCOP to work with legislatures, municipalities, organized local government, and government departments and entities to work together to confront challenges facing the service delivery of our people. I must say from the House Chairperson that since its inception, the Provincial Week has proven to be a success in giving provincial delegates to the NCOP and the NCOP as a whole information on the needs of people in the provinces. It has enabled the NCOP to contribute to effective government by ensuring that provincial and local concerns are recognized in policy making and that provincial and national governments work together effectively and efficiently in order to ensure effective service delivery. As we visit provinces, municipalities, and communities, we are humbled by the we continue to receive. In many of the areas that we have visited, our people speak in one voice to say that the delivery of services in their communities will improve if the NCOP comes more often. Honorable House Chair, the theme for the Provincial Week of the 21st to the 20th of July this year was advancing the developmental agenda of municipalities for a better life for our people. We chose this theme informed by the historical resolve to work tirelessly to remove all obstacles in our quest to change the lives of our people. We also thought that this theme was made more relevant by the fact that the Constitution lays out the objectives of local government in Section 152 of the Constitution as to 1, provide democratic and accountable government of local communities, 2, ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner, 3, promote social and economic development, 4, promote a safe and healthy environment, and lastly, encourage the involvement and community organizations in the matters of local government. I must say from the onset that the various provincial have raised serious concerns about the state of our municipalities. Central among the issues that are raised throughout the Provincial Week report is the prevalence of poor financial management systems, that lead to persistent negative outcomes as a result of unauthorized expenditure. Many municipalities in our provinces continue to waste billions of rands in unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure and without consequences. Many municipalities have and ineffective internal financial control systems against fraud, misrepresentation, maladministration. Many municipalities have very weak audit committees that are not very effective and show disregard to their fiduciary responsibilities. Of the biggest challenges facing local government and threat and good governance is the persistent inability of municipalities to put in place appropriate mechanisms and systems to correct adverse financial outcomes and concerns of service delivery. It is reported that in many, as low as 26% of municipalities correct all misstatements and concerns that are raised by the Office of the Auditor General. Various provinces and communities spoke about the challenges of unfair procurement processes that are often open to corruption, manipulation, fraud, and cronyism. This continues to lead to poor workmanship in projects such as houses, bridges, roads, and infrastructures such as libraries and some municipalities and provinces spoke against persistent poor investment in infrastructure in rural areas and previously marginalized communities that make it difficult to conduct business activities because of inaccessible and aging infrastructure for the delivery of services such as water and sanitation. Some municipalities raised their utmost concern about overregulation and unwarranted interference with the business of municipalities. They argued that regulation and interference hampers their ability to function optimally and effectively. They made an appeal that as the NCOP we must work in partnership with the Ministry of Kokta and Salga to establish a process to review all the legislation and regulations that poses an impediment on the constitutional duty to deliver services to communities. In some provinces, it was reported that only 39% of CFOs are in their position for 12 months, while 25% are in their position less than 12 months, and 36% of such positions are vacant, and in many instances for a period over a year. It's estimated that about 29% of appointees in many municipalities across South Africa are acting positions. This persistent, insidious vacancy rate at local government level is exacerbated by lack of human resource planning and organization development plans, vacancies, and attract skillful people. This expands the opportunity for mismanagement, creates unstable administration in many areas across South Africa. The crisis of leadership at local has also resulted in poor relations and interaction with communities. In many instances, it is these municipalities that bear the brunt of persistent service delivery protests. Honorable House Chairperson, this may sound all dark and gloomy, but I would like to point out that there are a considerable number of municipalities tirelessly to move with utmost speed and resolve to strengthen their administration and service delivery. During visits to projects, our honorable members successful projects that are changing the lives of our people, especially the poor. In some provinces, we came across projects on wastewater treatment, gardening, farming, road rehabilitation, housing, and sewage systems that are assisting our national quest to create a better life for our people, especially in rural areas. Honorable House Chairperson, the report of our Provincial Week clearly demonstrates that this is the provinces in the national sphere. We have seen how since its inception, it has served as a crucial platform to give a voice to the challenges facing our local government. We are truly grateful to all the provincial legislators and municipalities who continue to work in partnership with our councils to use the Provincial Week as a mechanism to look at measures that we, as a nation, should put together to strengthen local government as a crucial vehicle to deliver quality services to our people. We are truly humbled by the stories of resilience and utmost dedication from many of the committed women and men who lead our local government. We want to convey our profound to the leadership of Salga for rising to the call of national duty to build a better life for our people. We are humbled by the sterling work and utmost commitment of the various departments who continue to improve the state of our municipalities and ensure that they deliver to transform society and ensure that our quality services. We want to convey our profound appreciation to the various premiers, Office of the Auditor General, the provincial treasuries, and provincial departments responsible for local government. As the ANC, we remain committed to do everything necessary to ensure that our people receive quality services. We will work expeditiously to ensure issues that are raised in this report are followed up and addressed. We will act without any unnecessary delay to ensure that the various responsible departments establish action plans and programs to address all the concerns which undermine our commitment to advance the developmental agenda of municipalities for a better life for our people. I thank you.
Thank you. Chair of Chairs from Mpumalanga, Honorable Skosana.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP, our Deputy Minister here today, Honorable MPs, representative from Salga, distinguished guest. Honorable House Chair, as members, may I have to remind this august House that the National Council of Provinces is constitutionally mandated to ensure interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government through various processes, being the Provincial Week, which is through which the NCOP seeks to realize its mandate of conducting effective oversight affecting provinces. Indeed, during the week of 21st to the 24th, Honorable House Chair 2015, we were provided with another opportunity in the province to receive our provincial delegation who returned to our province to work with us as provincial legislature on issues relating to service delivery. With that said, I'm taking this opportunity to stress the importance of the principles of cooperative governance and international relations, which remains one of the key areas enshrined in the Constitution. Honorable House Chair, our permanent delegates representing Mpumalanga met the Speaker of the Provincial Legislature and the Executive Council led by the Honorable Premier, and also met the Governance and Traditional Affairs together with Salga and also the community of Nkomazi local municipality to once more reiterate and have discussions on issues affecting us and conducted oversight visits on various projects within the municipality. Among issues of concern that were raised is the matter of both human and financial capacity of the NCOP in the Constitution House. Yes, that the matter is receiving necessary attention and hopefully will be resolved in due course. However, Honorable House Chair, the synchronization of the NCOP programs with those of the provincial legislature remain a challenge that needs serious interventions. For instance, the 6-week cycle to process Section 76 legislation leaves legislatures with challenges and frustrations of having to abandon their work and focus on the legislative process, serious challenges on our public participation mandate, and at most resulting to legal battles with our communities. I remain firm in recommending that the matter must be looked at and that will favor all of us is required. Honorable House Chair, without waste of time, let me report that with regard to Mpumalanga performance and audit matters, the province has registered some improvement from the previous. For instance, we are pleased that we are at least improving in moving from getting qualified audit outcomes with findings to unqualified audit outcomes with findings, and have recently seen a growth from 13% to 26% in municipalities with unqualified with findings audit outcomes. In a Hlanzeni district, which itself has maintained a clean audit outcome, out of 8 auditees in the district, 3 had clean audits, 3 had unqualified audits with findings, and unfortunately received disclaimers. Indeed, the district has the highest percentage ratio of clean audits and unqualified audits with findings in the province. With many challenges that are experienced by our municipalities, it is quite clear a lot still needs to be done, such as strengthening and supporting the MPECs and audit, as well as dealing with transgressions, financial misconduct, fraud and other misconduct, or poor performance in inconsistent and decisive manner. This and the implementation of back to basics it is in the province of Mpumalanga. It is very worrying, know that 9 of our local municipalities are in a path, and this include Tabachiwe, Malahleni, Msukalikwa, Tembisile Hani, Dr. Jason Zen, Bush Park Ridge, Victor Kanye, as well as Dr. Pikaseme local municipalities. Furthermore, municipalities which are Chief Albert Lutuli, Dipalisengli, Kwankoma Zumchindi, local municipalities, including Kharsibande, are on the middle path. Only 5, which is Steve Chwete, Government in Bombela, Shanzen District, and Kangala, are performing very well. We're hopeful that the interventions that have been identified and are contained in our provincial will go a long way in remedying the current dilemmas we are facing. Cannot be correct, Honorable House Chair, that 21 years into our democracy, we still find ourselves with situations that impact negatively to our communities. Honorable House Chair, I've pointed out earlier that the principles of governance and remain one of the key areas enshrined. This therefore means, as the government of the country, regardless of which sphere or level we operate under, need each other to move our country forward. The Constitution is very clear that as national, provincial entities, we are distinctive, interrelated, and independent. As government, we have the responsibility to deliver services and to improve the lives of our people, all of us. As Mpumalanga province, we border between other countries in Africa, particularly Mozambique and Swaziland. As a province, there are responsibilities of government that national competence, which we identify on the province in a rather negative manner and hinder in the work that we do. Honorable House Chair and honorable members, I'm speaking about issues relating to ports of entry in South Africa, SARS, customs administration, activities and home affairs matters, to mention but a few, that threatens the security of our citizens and the country at large. It is important to note as an example that private aeroplanes from far more destinations, some destinations in Mpumalanga without going through any checkpoint. It is worth knowing that South Africa shares 9 border posts with Swaziland, 1 international airport, and 1 border post with Mozambique. And all of these are in the parameter of the 1 port of entry with Mozambique is the Limpopo post, which is the 2nd busiest border post in the country. It processes around 500 million people per year. However, the border post does not enjoy the same resources proportionate with the level of activity and services offered at the border. Among challenges that Mpumalanga face include informal crossing, subsistence traders, and school children. Private and informal air travel, landing strips estimated to be around 200, which are not under the jurisdiction of SARS. In addition, the railway line from South Africa into Mozambique does not enjoy customs administration or any other form of cross-border control. Moreover, health officials at the border are not identifiable. There's only 1 health scanner at the border that is also malfunctioning. Health scanning is only administered on border crossing and not on mobile vehicle travelers, border crossers, as well as the increased risk of trafficking as a result of movement of unaccompanied minors. We need to addressing these matters that have a serious consequence with all the affected national departments. And the only way to resolve these matters is working together to arrest elements that take place in our border lines in ensuring that we remain safe and secure, and that is, as a collective, constantly monitor the activities that happens in our ports of entry. It is a known fact, Honorable House Chair, that people would walk into South Africa from Mozambique early in the morning to receive their social grants and then return to Swaziland in the afternoon after being paid. Working together, we can advance the developmental agenda and bring a better life for our people of Mpumalanga in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable MEC from the Northern Cape, Honorable Jack.
Honorable House Chair, Deputy Chair, members of the NCOP, representatives from the provinces, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is worth that I'm coming from the biggest province in us, but also the smallest province in terms of the population. Indeed, I'm coming from the richest province in terms of mineral wealth, but indeed, the poorest province in terms of the socio-economic conditions. The Northern Cape Legislature, through the Speaker, as well as the executive led by the Premier, requested me to express our gratitude and thanks to the visit by the members of the NCOP to our province. Indeed, we could exchange views, we could get guidance and exchange best practices, and this was a very good political interface and engagement. And that is seriously appreciated. Your visit, in actual fact, strengthened our program of action that we know, which we call EXCO Outreach Program, and it is undertaken together with all municipalities. Over the past years, the government has worked together and ensured South Africans do get more and together fight poverty and unemployment, and we attempted to reduce inequality. We have defended and consolidated social gains achieved since 1994. Despite the global situation that is currently prevailing, South Africa is entering a new phase in the program of ensuring a better life, healthy lifestyles, and a longer life for all South Africans. Indeed, the of the NHI, through the creation of publicly funded and publicly administered fund, is in actual fact strengthening and expanding the free primary health care program, improving management of public hospitals and other health facilities, reducing the cost of private health care. Under the careful stewardship of the ANC-led government, we have committed to intensify the campaign against HIV and AIDS to ensure that at least 4.6 million of our people across the country are enrolled in the program. It is within the context that the Northern Cape faces exciting but challenging times as well. We made good progress in some areas, but there's still a lot to be done. Indeed, it is against this background that I committed the department to the improvement of health situation of our people, irrespective of our financial conditions. Honorable Chair, Pixlika-Seme district is one of the districts identified by the government to pilot the national health insurance. All 36 municipal wards are covered by ward-based outreach teams. Other districts are starting very soon. The department will work closely with the National Department of Health to pilot the system of centralized chronic medication dispensing and distribution in our NHI pilot site. The recruitment of scarce skills, particularly pharmacists, doctors, nurses, in the Northern Cape particularly, is a highly rural area, is an ongoing challenge that we must address. The department is committed to paying rural allowance in all localities to those that qualify with national. Honorable Chair, our province invested 2.8 billion in road infrastructure and a further 2.4 million would be invested in road infrastructure. Relatively speaking, our province has a good infrastructure. The province has established a partnership with the private sector and mining houses. This will a further 85,000 work opportunities over the next 5 years. The Gamsberg zinc mine in Aggeneys, officially launched, is creating 2,000 jobs, including all phases. In agriculture, our Orange River Emerging Farmer Settlement and Development Program extends the 2.8 hectares of water rights to communities, continuing to support food production in line with Fitzatlala Food Production Program. The Animal and Field Management Program identified a land size of 230,000 hectares to reverse the legacy of the Native Land Act. In education, Sol Plaatje University construction is progressing very well. Water upgrades would be carried out at 61 schools, including 28 ablution blocks. 6 new schools are expected to be built. A broadband connectivity will be extended to all libraries in the province, and 148 of them already are free to the public. Tourism has increased by 39% of the and committed to provide a percentage of international and local tourists in the future. The Premier noted that the new visa regulations had on tourism would only be at the end of the financial year, and we are going to find our own solutions to that. Water services increased from 94.4% to 97.4%. Sanitation increased from 70 to 75. Electricity increased from 76.3 to 85%. Indeed, there are certain areas in the John Taolo Gaetsiwe that are struggling to get water inland from water source. Our housing program is gaining momentum. Honorable Chair, with respect to governance, the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs will support municipalities by intensifying monitoring and support of council meetings at 8 targeted municipalities. Monitor of the councillors with a code of conduct, ensure that there's transparency, accountability with communities by municipality, and ensure that functional committees are in place. The majority of the municipalities have appointed almost all their senior managers with an exception of few municipalities. In line with what was said to the chair of NCOP, I am of the opinion that we need to raise the issue of Section 154 of the Constitution, which speaks about the role of national and provincial in ensuring that we support, we guide, and strengthen local government without compromising the relationship. We need to applaud the national government is national to in giving financial support to some of our municipalities. Initiative to address critical challenges and programs pertaining to effective and sustainable provision of basic services, administrative capacity, institutional performance of our municipalities, as well as ensuring that municipalities align and implement in line with government policy and programs. Finally, we are in the process of ensuring that we join a number of other 4 provinces in establishing the Provincial Planning Commission, which will assist us to have foresight, to be able to plan, to be able to mobilize financial resources to better the lives of people. Indeed, the province is committed to address the issues that the NCOP reflected on during the visit and recommendations from this House very seriously, and our program of action will attempt outline how we are going to deal with it step by step until we achieve a better life for all. I thank you.
Thank you. MEC of Community Safety and Transport Management, Honorable Mulapisi.
House Chairperson, the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Deputy Minister, Stanel, MECs, Honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, delegates from all provinces, representative from Salga. I greet you all, and my special and sincere greetings go to the men of yesterday, today, and tomorrow during this Women's Month. We are here today in a democratic parliament at the expense of our fallen heroines and those who, by the will of God, are still in our midst, and I want to salute them. Honorable House Chair, I'm humbled by the opportunity that I've been granted to highlight our plan, successes as a province, and challenges which are insurmountable but necessary to make us strive to deliver our mandate given by the masses of our people. The Northwest Province permanent delegates to the NCOP, carrying out its constitutional oversight mandate, took a provincial week in the province and visited 2 municipalities in the Bojanala district, namely the Moses Kotane municipality and the Khetlen River. This was to of service delivery with specific to infrastructure projects rollout and to meet with the provincial leadership, including the Premier, members of the Council and members of the provincial legislature, and local government leadership, including the mayors and councillors, and other stakeholders such as Salga and generals. The intention was to provide permanent delegates to the NCOP and members of the provincial legislature an opportunity to undertake oversight visit and interviews in order to obtain first-hand information on the provincial issues that are on the agenda of the NCOP. Furthermore, to ascertain progress that the government has made in order to meet the needs of the people and to ensure there is development in the communities where our people live. House Chair, we are confident what the Premier has presented is a true reflection of government and at work. In his presentation, the Premier, Honorable Mahuma Pelo, averred that the Northwest Province Developmental Agenda is a 5-year plan and constitutes the following. In order to traverse the remaining 4 years of the 5th administration, government took a conscious decision to change the manner in which the province is known by introducing what we call or what we as the concept of the renewal and repositioning, or RRR. Instruments that are used to implement the RRR, which are looking at the economy of the province, adopting the agriculture, culture and tourism, or ACT triangular approach. Linked to the ACT triangular approach, a decision to radically focus on the development of the village, township, and small dorpies, or what we refer to as the VTSD. The decision to focus on the VTSD was due to the communities in those areas, which are, among others, the poverty or the triple challenges: poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Questions have been asked like, how are we going to achieve all this given the dynamics of our province? And we are very optimistic that we have good plans. We have meticulously practicalized our plans, which we are confident that they will indeed yield positive results. We have migrated from our comfort, air-conditioned executive offices and went to the ground to speed up service delivery machinery dry ones. Motlatsa o motsamaisa sebaka batho ba bokone bophirima ba bua le phutulugile re isa ditirelo ka program ya rona kana lenaneo la rona. We believe in some track philosophy. Intensively, we crisscross the province, going to every corner of the province in villages and small dorpies. Nothing is impossible until you try it, said. The 60% of the provincial budget from 2015-16 financial year will be dedicated to the VTSD, graduating up to 80% in 2018-2019 financial year. Honorable members, despite all the plans we have and the intervention, we acknowledge that there are a number of challenges in our municipalities, which we have started to address through the Department of Local Government Settlement. The department, together with the endorsement of the NCOP, have deployed to a number of municipalities which are struggling with their finances and provision of services. Our biggest challenge is water scarcity, and this challenge is not inimitable to Bokoni. Water is a natural resource. However, we have managed, working together with the Department of Water and Sanitation, to address this challenge, and we shall overcome. The following challenges have been identified. Municipalities still have challenges in terms of improving their overall financial status. The municipalities to pay their creditors in time as required. The National Treasury is withholding the equitable shares transfer of 13 municipalities due to the underspending in the MEG grant and outstanding bulk services for water and electricity. Underspending of municipalities is negatively affecting the service delivery in key projects such as water and sanitation, electricity, refuse removal, roads infrastructure. Lack of implementation of policies, especially in the supply chain management. Continuous negative audits, weak revenue, increase in unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, among others, is making the municipality to be dysfunctional. Through the assistance for finance, the province has assisted the said municipalities with agreement, and thus far 7 have received their tuition. The provincial government also gives advice and support to the municipalities on matters relating training, etc. For the year 2016, the provincial government will assist the municipalities in appointing of local government finance and asset management to improve municipal finance management program. The Auditor General has made his findings and recommendations, which some are immediate, depending on the magnitude of the problems, and some are long-term. We have already implemented immediate and now are hard at work with the long-term, and we are committed to better the service and improve the lives of our people. Conclusion, Honorable House Chair, we deeply appreciate the commitment demonstrated by public servants, the role and support by the Kgosi tsa rona, our business people, CBOs, youth and women organizations, our councillors, continued support and efforts in trying to bring changes in our people. As Madiba said, and I quote, "We understand it that there is no easy road to freedom. Well, that none of us acting alone can achieve success," close quote. Let us all act together to bring changes to the lives of our people. As the ANC government, we remain resolute, determined, focused, and unshaken on the course to better the lives of people. We will not be distracted by our detractors. Some of them either they were badly brought up or they were left to grow on their own.
Thank you. Honorable Kaula.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, colleagues, whilst the NCOP Provincial Week is one of the key NCOP oversight tools and mechanisms, it runs the risk of unintentionally setting up the institution NCOP against the provinces. This will happen not because NCOP members of the institution impose themselves in the provinces or the administration and running of the provinces. It will be so because of the long existing way back attitude of some in South Africa's spheres of government. In some conclusions were drawn long ago in respect of one sphere as a big brother and other spheres as small brothers. Be that as it may, the NCOP is not going to sit back and compromise its programs just because things need to be nursed. The important thing going forward here is one, Issues of planning for the Provincial Week programs are important. 2, communication of such programs to stakeholders is important. And 3, the role that each stakeholder has to play during the Provincial Week program. If one can touch briefly on the issues, Honorable Chairperson, the issue continues to elude South Africa, including the municipalities. Operation Clean Audit was launched in 2009 as a flagship program of government to turn around local government. The objective was to ensure that by 2014, all municipalities in the country already obtained clean audits, whereas this assessment properly highlighted of late, this operation has been a big failure. By 2014, only 10% of the country received clean audits. Of the 10%, 14 municipalities of them are in KZN. A total of 61 municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal. The operation has failed big time. This happens even after of records by consultants in all clean records, but all in vain. One wonders why government so much of the hundreds of millions of rands on audits with consultants who fail them on the required target. Municipalities in the 2013-14 audit used a combined about 700 million rand on consultants to achieve a mere 10% clean audit for all of them combined. The Provincial Week happened at a time when KwaZulu-Natal is plagued by a huge drought. This is affecting almost all the water service of the province because the priority focus is at providing relief measures for the drought-stricken areas. Another area of concern is this reporting template of the municipalities on matters of service delivery. For example, when Uku District Municipality reported on water delivery, their reports 6% of people in Uku have clean reticulated water. On intense deliberation, that what this actually meant was have access to a vicinity of a standpipe in a given, that given distance being a national norm. This is very misleading because if not properly engaged, what it means is that 86% of the people in the district have clean reticulated water at all. From the consultations we have had, after 21 years, the communities still continue to complain about electricity, bad roads, joblessness, housing delivery, clean water, escalating crime levels, inadequate infrastructure, and so on and so on. There is also a paper from Salga circles that the proportions allocated to local government from the national fiscus as equitable share is not adequate to government. This is a matter that needs attention from the FFC. Another area of concern to municipalities is the perceived erosion of the powers of municipalities in the appointment of Section 57 employees. As we move closer to the local government elections next year, one issue is clear, and that is people in general are fed up of empty promises, the unfulfilled promises that in every election some parties make to them. The message from the IFP is that do not allow yourself to be taken for a ride several times during elections. Vote for a party of integrity, a party that will stick with you and your plight, whatever it takes. The IFP.
Thank you. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, House Chair, Deputy Chairperson, the Honourable Deputy Minister, Resniel, Premiers present, MECs, special delegates from provinces, delegates of Salga, ladies and gentlemen. Chairperson, the members of the NCOP and officials that were delegated to go to KwaZulu-Natal were divided into 2 districts. One, the development agenda of municipalities for a better life for our people. And it crafted to ensure that we on development. This gives the NCOP members a better insight on the municipalities. This also gave the local government, provincial and NCOP an opportunity to meet with the local communities and to hear their concerns and the matters affecting municipalities. Chairperson, we visited 2 municipalities, namely KwaDuguza and Ndwedwe, as the delegation I was deployed to. A key strategy adopted by municipalities is the balance of the municipality strategy, which focused on looking at service delivery commitments made by executive leadership in municipalities, water and sanitation issues, human settlements. The strategy was also for the review of those municipalities who were performing and those that were poorly performing. The overview of the province was presented by Mr. Dube Nube, who indicated that 100% compliance of the 61 municipalities in respect to their annual financial statements, 100% compliance of the 8 municipalities with municipal entities by deadline 30 September in respect to the statement, and 100% compliance of the 11 municipality entities by the deadline 31st August. Chairperson, many times the claims that the DA managed and their municipalities are better performing. The 100% compliance of the 61 municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal is to convey that, or to tell that KZN also been one of the best performing provinces with the municipality governance. Chairperson, service delivery challenges and recommendations. Access to water. There were insufficient water supply as the high loss, especially in the northern areas, KZN experiencing drought, with high cost of water tanking, financial constraints, including the low cost of recovery. Chairperson, our recommendations were realignment of available funds to eradicate backlogs, provide rudimentary supply, refurbish infrastructure, develop resource and augment bulk water supply. Development and updating water services development plan and master plan to guide each water service authority towards access and providing and improving water and sanitation services. Reduce water loss annually by implementing the Department of Water and Sanitation Water Conservation Management through the Accelerated Community Infrastructure Program. The financial performance of implementing the following. Implement sound asset management systems through the support provided by KZN Cocta. Improve cost recovery by introducing a revenue strategy. Introduce a zero-based budgeting for the operating budget. Drought is affecting the northern areas of KwaZulu-Natal. So the drought is on the agriculture sector. 9,038 farmers have been negatively affected by the drought in these areas. 5,560 have lost total of 30,636 large stock units. 4,420 farmers reported crop losses, in which 584 recorded sugarcane yield losses. A drought for the province has been compiled to normalize the situation. Chairperson, our recommendations were to retain existing boreholes to produce water for domestic use, to drill new boreholes to assist in the supply of water affecting communities, to speed up of mobile tankers to cart water to needy communities, to procure and install water storage tanks points which affected the communities, to operate water tanker systems for at least another 6 months during the drought, to repair schemes to function optimally, to fast-track water schemes under implementation, to develop a medium and a long-term drought management plan for the province. Long-term water strategy to build larger dams in catchment areas. And most importantly, educate our communities on water-saving habits and fixing all pipes and taps. Chairperson, there are also electricity challenges. New substations are built, needs to be upgraded network systems, low overall record integrated electrification program expenditure by municipalities, low overall number of connections achieved, lack of alignment of projects, both programs, the IDP versus the ESCOM network planning report, lack of knowledge as to when capacity would be released. That's the ESCOM bulks capacity plan. Deficiencies in municipality technology capacity, no designated electrical engineers in municipalities. Our recommendation, provisionally, executive to consider approval of the following to be in line with national standard: 15% of electricity supply to all public buildings to have ER components. Energy, new substations have to be built, still need to be upgraded to the networks. Funding for new bulk infrastructure in rural areas, which limits funding for connection and cost per connection is very high. Refurbishment and the relocation of electrical infrastructure. Engagements with the Department of Energy on the electric budget and rollout on the renewable energy solutions, support and endorse new agency, biofuel regime, liquid fuel roadmap, and gas. Chairperson, the overall success, municipalities need to reduce the amount of money being spent on consultants, on hiring of. The Provincial Operation and Maintenance Program continued in 2014-2015 financial year, whereby COCTA provided support to 3 water services authority. The cost to COCTA for the authority amounted to 9.5 million. Chairperson, drought sustained report was presented to the KZN Cabinet and evoked Section the Disaster Management Act to declare the province a state of disaster owing to a drought situation. The National Disaster Management Center was then appraised of the situation and requested the clarification as well as the mobilization of resources to normalize the situation. The Provincial Disaster Management Center facilitated the development of business plans by the affected municipalities and stakeholders in order to seek financial support for the national organization, including, but not limited to, the National Disaster Management Center.
Unfortunately, expired.
Chairperson, can I just round up by saying that the delegation was pleased that the district was doing its best for the people of the district with the participation of Salga on all our visits. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor.
Honorable Chairperson of the NSOP, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NSOP, Honorable Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance, MMCs present, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. The Provincial Week program remains the space for articulation of local government provincial concerns at a national level. As Salga, we are pleased to have actively participated in another successful Provincial Week program. This Oversight Week has given us the opportunity to come together and interrogate key challenges or roadblocks in the advancement of developmental agenda for municipalities, and as such acts as a guide for all of us living a better life for our people. I need to highlight the roadblocks in the advancement of the developmental agenda for municipalities. The discussions that took place during Provincial Week highlighted the common challenges that across provinces are experiencing. The issues have been raised by Salga during previous provincial weeks, and it is thus important to act on these issues as a matter of priority. One of these challenges is to the need for the equitable and realistic restructuring grant for the municipality affected, as highlighted in all provinces affected by measures. It is worth noting that the is still dealing with the financial impact of 2011 measure, and we wish to prevent a further financial burden on other municipalities who might be even more financially vulnerable. Another issue that has been raised in the previous provincial week relates to for a current devolution strategy to strengthen the developmental role of law, with housing being the central function in the development of this strategy. By not assigning the housing to metropolitan municipalities, municipalities' planning functions are hindered in their aim to deliver integrated services to an ever-increasing urban population. The assignment of the housing function was abandoned midway when metropolitan municipalities already committed budgets to integrate full accreditation to their plans, and this led to being spent in preparation for this function. One issue raised by the NCOP during the provincial week was the usage of content by municipalities. However, it is necessary to note that one of the drivers of the usage of consultants is the regulations on the upper limits for due to the upper limits, capable individuals are deterred applying for position in local government because in many municipalities, an entry-level director, both provincial and national sphere, pays more than that of the municipality. The achievement of clean audits and improved service delivery relies on the ability of municipalities to employ skilled individuals. Thus, we need to be cognizant of the unintended consequences of legislation and that is initiated and take action to mitigate such effects. Poor building systems remain a problem for some municipalities in all provinces and contributed to the worrying trend of declining revenue base for municipalities. This raised concerns around the long-term financial sustainability of municipalities, particularly related to the rehabilitation cost of aging. Debt owed to municipality by national and provincial departments remain a key concern, and Salga requested the provincial legislatures and the NCOP to assist in ensuring that debt owed to municipalities by other spheres of government is prioritized. We are pleased with the support that some treasuries provide to municipalities, but we feel that in some provinces, This support needs to be greatly enhanced. 154 of the Constitution. The Salga Municipal Audit Support Program continues to support municipalities on audit outcomes for 2015/16, functionality of audit committee, internal audit units, learning on revenue and asset management. The Back to Basics program is fully supported by Salga, and we have been part of the action plans to be implemented in municipalities. However, the key consideration emanating from the Provincial Week remains the need to strengthen intergovernmental relations so that the developments of municipalities as municipal budget cycles are planning and implementation of government policies by all spheres of government. Currently, municipalities in all provinces experience sector departments planning and implementing projects in municipalities without aligning to municipalities' IDPs. This results in the incoherent implementation of policy which negatively affects service delivery. With the promulgation of SPLUMA, it becomes even more significant for provincial and national sector departments to participate in the IDP's processes in order to align their plans with those municipalities. We support any process within the NCO to prioritize the issue of improved intergovernmental relations and call on the NCOP and provincial legislatures to assist that departments integrate their plans with those municipalities. We need also to assess the Provincial Week program. Previous Provincial Weeks have highlighted the need for an improved relation between Salga and provincial legislatures. We are happy that progress has been made in most provinces, and we develop formal mechanisms to enable a more structured relations between the provincial legislatures and Salga going forward. So pleased that Salga's participation in the programs of the NSOP has been acknowledged as having greatly improved and to consistently add value to discussions that impact on our members' municipalities. However, one concern to be raised is around the capturing of discussion during the Provincial Week and the subsequent report. It must be indicated that Salga National Level only received the report yesterday. It is unfortunate that we did not receive the report in advance, as Salga delegations in some provinces had concerns related to the inaccuracy of capturing the discussions and recommendations from meetings that took place. In this case, we are emphasizing that in other provinces, the delegation of Salga was part of capturing the recommendations, but in others, it did not happen. We are pleading that this matter be taken serious. It is in the future, the process of the recommendation made during the Provincial Week, as well as the report, will be improved so that administrative issues do not hamper the ability of parties to respond to issues raised during the Provincial Week. In addition, it is important to facilitate feedback on issues raised during the Provincial Week, as it is a platform to, amongst other things, seek mandate from provinces on policy issues to be placed on the agenda. Therefore, to develop instruments to improve weaknesses identified during the oversight visits and facilitate feedback to municipalities concerned. Honorable Chair, in conclusion, we would like to take this opportunity to thank the NCOP for creating the Provincial Week platform for the NCOP provincial legislatures and municipalities in Salga and provincial government to interact on issues that affect the implementation of a development agenda across all spheres of government. As Salga, we remain fully committed to participating in the provincial work and in all governmental platforms to ensure that we achieve a better life for our people. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Masango.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, greeting. I had prepared a very brilliant speech, Chairperson, as is the norm, until my own province's MEC for Cocta came in to lead the House. Now, here is the thing that I didn't also know is that he not only is an MEC for Cocta, but he also is a spin doctor. Now, the in Randfontein and Western area differed from the issue of the merger. And the premier, my premier of the Gauteng province, emphasized that you cannot merge two bankrupt municipalities. Now, I don't know this spin doctoring that came this afternoon to the House, but anyway, I'm disbanding my speech completely, Chairperson, and want to say that the speech entailed very good comments on what I would call a very successful and productive provincial week in Gauteng. But as is the situation with the ruling party, you get a report on the morning of the debate of that report. So what happens now is I go through the report, page 56, which is Gauteng, for accuracy checking, and I get that 2 items that were discussed. And for this, the provincial legislature can go into the records of this. We had an issue about the Droogheuvel water tower, which is an essential project for development in the Randfontein area. This is not in the report anyway at all. And the second thing was the WRDA, which is the West Rand Development Agency, that must be relooked. Discussed, it is in the records of the provincial week, and it was nowhere in the report. Now, that is what happens when you prepare 2 pages of commenting on the work well, and then your own MEC comes and just does what he has just done. Chairperson, my colleagues also had things that they saw during their own visits. For example, I'm just going to give you one example. In the Western Cape, a young lady dared to stand up to the leadership of the ANC coalition, and that same day she received a call to say, we are going to cut your water. And the water was cut, and she only owed 60 Rand because she stood up to the leadership of the ANC coalition in Zoa. I don't even want to go to Limpopo, where the team was led from one boardroom to another without taking them to any sites until the DA intervened again, and then they went to sites. So this is just sad because I've loved this House to hear such positive account of a very well done and executed provincial week. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister of Cogta, Honorable Nel. Members.
Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP, MECs and Executive Mayors, Honorable Members of the NCOP, the leadership of Salga, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this debate on advancing the developmental agenda of our municipalities for a better life for our people. At the launch of the Presidential Summit, almost a year ago, on the 18th of September 2014, that was convened by President Zuma, it was stressed that local government is the primary of delivery.
Sorry, Deputy Minister. Sorry. Honorable Mtileni, why are you standing? Hello?
Is he Mr. Ntebe? I'm seeing the one to follow was supposed to be Mr. Ntebe.
Mtileni. Order members, take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Mampur. Take your seat. Honorable Mtileni. Yeah, you have made your point. Take your seat. Let me address you. Honorable members. Honorable members. Order members. Honorable Singh. If you'll get in, get out, you'll give us problems. I've already addressed the issue that disregard the speakers list that you have. And it's because you were out, or if maybe you are asleep. Continue, Honorable Ned. Honorable Mates.
Okay.
He's either out of the house or asleep. Because have you seen him sleep? I'm just asking. Because I don't appropriate comments
saying,
and I'm asking you to withdraw, please.
That is not a point of order. Take your seat. Can you take your seat, Honorable
I'm
Mates?
standing on a point of clarity. You can't say that about the Honorable Minister. Him sleep here today.
I'm saying, take your seat so that I can address you. Mtileni, take your seat. Mtileni. I said, take your seat so that I can address that. Yeah, can you take your seat? Mtileni.
Streaming that one. But I mean,
you can't
here,
make that mic to be on. It's not recognized. Honorable Mampuru, take your seat. Honorable Mtileni, I addressed of the speakers list earlier on. That it's either you were outside. Yeah, can you take? Now, Minister of Cogta, Honorable, on the floor. Take your seat, Honorable Mampur. Continue, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. At the summit, we stressed that local government is the primary point of delivery and it's that is closest to the citizens of our country. The vision of a developmental local government system be the building block on which the reconstruction and development of our country should be built. A place where the citizens of South Africa can engage in a meaningful and direct way with the institutions of the state. Similarly, at that conference, it was acknowledged that South Africa made tremendous progress in delivering basic services, water, electricity, sanitation, refuse removal, at rates of delivery that are truly unprecedented in recent world history. And yet, despite these delivery achievements, it's also clear that much needs to be done to support, to educate, and where needed, to enforce the implementation, to improve the performance of municipalities. The Presidential Local Government Summit is a comprehensive analysis of the state of local government, drawing from various sources of credible data. This analysis was summarized by placing all of our municipalities in three categories: those doing well, those doing okay, and those that are dysfunctional. Our back to basics analysis found that a third of municipalities are performing well, a third are doing okay, and a third are dysfunctional. And the back to basics approach aims to move dysfunctional municipalities out of this state over the years to consolidate the position of those that are doing well and to advance the state of those doing that are okay. What is it that makes a good municipality? For us, there are 7 fundamental traits that define a good municipality, and that's where we want all of our municipalities. Firstly, political and stability. Secondly, a functional council and council structures and healthy and administrative relations and interfaces. Thirdly, an alignment of spending with its integrated development plan. Furthermore, that the municipality's percentage of capex spent and the budget for maintenance and repairs are adequate to ensure adequate maintenance to prevent breakdowns and interruptions of services. Fourthly, sound financial management characterized by consecutive, clean or unqualified audits, effective internal controls, spending profile, and successful revenue generation measures. Fifth, delivery of services that is consistent and that there's a continuous improvement in the quality of the services rendered. Six, sound institutional management, clear policy and delegation frameworks, capable staff, transparency, accountability, and consequent and an intolerance of corruption. And seventh, a consistent community involvement, community satisfaction records. From the outset, Back to Basics was conceptualized to be rolled out in phases. The highlights of the first phase can be summarized as follows. At the Presidential Summit, all present endorsed the Back to Basics approach and an action plan that was as an instrument to address the challenges, assign responsibilities, and to create a platform for monitoring performance. In October of 2014, COGTA initiated a monthly municipal reporting template of a set of indicators as per the pillars of the Back to Basics approach against which municipalities must report. The objective behind the monthly reporting template is to institutionalize a performance management system that will recognize good performance and ensure sufficient consequences and appropriate support for underperformance. The approach is integrating information on municipalities and ensures that the current in the local government sphere in the short to medium term specifically are addressed. Provincial teams were established in all 9 provinces. Initially, these teams verified and amplified the diagnostic associated by COGTA and therefore thereafter assisted in the development of municipality-specific action. A number of provincial Back to Basics launches have taken place. These launches aim to get the endorsement of the Back to Basics approach, as well as the adoption of various municipal action plans to address, assign responsibilities, and to create a platform for monitoring performance. Getting the basics right will require leadership and commitment by all stakeholders across government and society. The launches are therefore also at the forefront of mobilizing all sectors of society in the campaign to get back to basics. Support and good governance is developed and implemented in a number of municipalities such as Malamulele, Mogalakwena, Makana, Nelson Mandela, Metro, Buffalo City, and Oudtshoorn. A number of municipalities have been placed under administration in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution. The Back to Basics approach received a number of private sector support offers as well. The Back to Basics approach needs now to move into a new phase during which the focus will be on the implementation of actions which will result in improved citizen satisfaction for government. I think the key achievements of the initial phase of Basics is that Back to Basics is now well known and accepted. It has obtained traction within and outside. It has touched all 278 municipalities. The Constitution authorizes national and provincial government to intervene in provincial administration and local government respectively within certain constitutional constraints. Interventions are initiated when a municipality does not fulfill executive obligations. During the initial phase of Back to Basics, a number of interventions were undertaken, for example in Mogalakwena. The Municipal Monthly Report, which was launched in October of 2014, is progressively taking shape. Currently, 58 municipalities are consistently reporting against Back to Basics indicators every month. Back to Basics is a standing agenda item of the Provincial Coordinating Council and MINMEC, where premiers and MECs report regularly on the progress of the Back to Basics approach. Management of the diverse circumstances in each province and the unique support needs of individual municipalities, provincial support approaches are emerging. Due to the directive inherent in the Basics approach that the people must be first, ward-based planning and spatial mapping of APPs are being initiated in a number of municipalities. A Metro Mayors Forum and a District Water Services Authority are established to specifically deal with the unique circumstances that are experienced by metros and district municipal services authorities. Slowly but surely the impact of our B2B effort felt. And I think it's also borne out by the most recent report on local government audit outcomes by the Auditor General, which shows a steady trend towards good governance and sound management. I think some members who spoke before take note that Operation Clean Audit by no means was a failure, because in fact, of our 278 municipalities, 48, i.e. 53%, now have unqualified audits. That's up from 120 last year. 198, or 58%, of all the 335 municipalities and municipal entities received unqualified audits. That's up from 165, or 49% last year. And I think what is particularly significant is that 76% of the total local government expenditure of 315 billion rand is being spent in municipalities and municipal entities with unqualified audit opinions. What this means is that eight out of every 10 rand that is spent in a municipality, or that is being spent by local government, is being spent by a municipality that gets an unqualified audit. 8 out of 10 rands is being spent in terms of the law. Encouraging that 96% of municipalities and municipal entities submitted their financial statements on time, an improvement over 93% in 2012-13, and a massive improvement from 78% in 2007-8. All provinces showed improvement in their audit outcomes. Contributors to the number of clean audits are Gauteng with 13, with 20, and the Western Cape with 18. But I think Limpopo is a special mention, because in 2012-13, only one of its 32 audits received an unqualified audit. Others received qualified, adverse, or disclaimed audits. This is particularly to 15 unqualified audits for 2013-14. So these results were achieved through hard work, dedication, leadership, and consistent hands-on engagement by and with municipalities. I think the key lessons that we learned from the initial phases of Back to Basics are that political instability and weaknesses in governance are two of the primary causes of service delivery at municipal level. The way forward for B2B is that from the work that we've done to date, we have a good idea of what the key problems are. It's time to focus on taking more effective action to address the problems. This requires national and provincial COGTAs to, one, have an on approach, two, to simultaneously address causes and symptoms, to carry out deeper analysis of the underlying causes and symptoms of service delivery, focus on addressing these. Three, to better understand the levers for change and make better use. And fourthly, to prioritize and focus on 20% of the actions that will create 80% impact using the available levers for change. I'm sure that the NCOP visits across the country last month afforded you the opportunity to see that we are seeing that local government delivers. We've taken note of the challenges during the NCOP visits. These include that of sound financial management and the delivery of basic services, especially around water and sanitation, that continue to bedevil some of our municipalities. We did a number of measures to ensure that as COGTA we deal more effectively with these challenges, and to that end we've completed the restructuring of the Department of Cooperative Governance with units now specifically dedicated to the Back to Basics program. We'd like to report on action that we're taking to deal with some of the challenges raised in the Provincial Week report. In the Western Cape, we've resolved the impasse at Oudtshoorn municipality. It's now been placed under administration. 10 municipalities have been identified and are being assisted by the basics program. These include those of Kanaland and Beaufort West, which were visited by the honourable members. Action plans with clearly identified projects were developed for these municipalities. District municipalities strengthened through the implementation of a shared services model at 3 out of its 5 district municipalities and the intermunicipal cooperation arrangement at one of the districts as a pilot. We're aware of the challenges in the Northern Cape, especially with a large number of dysfunctional municipalities. We've identified the issue of improperly qualified managers as one of the areas that require our urgent attention. Acting municipal managers have been seconded to Dikgatlong, Pokwane, Mir, and Namakoi, while an acting municipal manager has been appointed at Salga. District municipalities are being supported through the strengthening of business plans and the reporting on the implementation of the Disaster Management Services Grant. By the efforts of the leadership of the Mpumalanga province to improve service delivery at local government level, and we commend the replacement of mayors in 4 underperforming municipalities of Tabachweo, Imalahleng, and Dr. J.S. Moroka. We've that a lack of effective participation in basic service delivery challenges, especially in water and sanitation, have hampered some municipalities in the province. Interventions include the development of a complaints management system in 6 municipalities. In Northwest, 9 high-priority municipalities have been identified that require support in all key performance. We've invoked Section 139(1)B in some of these municipalities, such as Matlosana, Nakamudiri Molema, Tswaing, and Ventersdorp. This will hopefully bring stability to the councils and the administration of municipalities, improve their financial status, and improve the delivery of services. Chair, as I start moving towards conclusion, I want to just touch briefly upon the issue of the theft and damage to infrastructure that have devastating consequences for local government and the provision of basic services such as electricity, transport, and health. We welcome the introduction of the Criminal Matters Amendment Bill 2015 as a further measure in government's efforts to protect our nation's essential infrastructure from organized criminal activity. The bill introduced by the Minister of Justice proposes to criminalize and intentional tampering with or damaging or destroying of essential infrastructure and provides the imposition of severe penalties up to 30 years imprisonment. we urge the NCOP to give urgent attention to this legislation. A working group consisting of the Deputy Ministers of COGTA, Police, Justice, State Security and Public Enterprises has also recommended tightening the regulation of scrap metal dealers by, amongst others, the number of licenses issued, centralizing their registration nationally, requiring the registration of export agents who buy from scrap metal dealers, prohibiting export agents from unregistered dealers, and prohibiting all payment in cash for scrap metal. Secondly, making it more difficult to obtain bail in cases involving the unlawful possession or illicit dealing in non-ferrous metals. The Ministers of Trade and Industry and Economic Development and the National Commissioner of SARS consider measures to ensure that all containers containing scrap metal be subjected to rigorous inspection in terms of the International Trade Commission Act. 4, that consideration be given to further measures including either a direct ban on all exports for a period of time or the imposition of an export tax to decrease its commercial attractiveness. All of these recommendations have been accepted by the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Council. Regarding municipal debt, we've met with the top 20 owing municipalities, Salga, National Treasury and ESCOM. That meeting agreed on a very clear action plan. We will continue with Treasury and the municipalities, but we will also continue to work to ensure that decisive action is taken to ensure that national and provincial spheres of government settle their debts to municipalities, including the consideration of holding with equitable shares. We're saying pay first, later. We're also working with National Treasury and Salga to review the funding formula for local government. Chairperson, this debate takes place during Women's Month. In a few days, on the 9th of August, we commemorate the bravery of the women who marched to the Union buildings in 1956 to protest against the extension of the past laws to African women. On the 9th of August, President Zuma will release a report on the status of women in South Africa. There's no doubt that we've made great strides over the past 21 years of democracy in improving the lives of women in our country. Prior to 1994, the South African Parliament had a mere 2.7% representation of women, 2.7%. Following the first democratic elections, women representation in the National Assembly stood at 27.7%. In 1999, that figure increased to 30% and then to 32.7% in 2004. After the 2009 national elections, women representation reached 42%. Currently, women ministers comprise 41% of cabinet, while women deputy ministers make up 47% of the total number of deputy ministers. And there's a 41% representation of women in the Assembly. As at the 1st of January 2015, South Africa was ranked number 11 by the Women in Politics 2015 report produced by UN Women and the Inter-Parliamentary Union. The picture for local government is improving, but it must improve much, much. In 1995, 19% of councillors were women. That went up to 29%. 2006, it went up to 40%. 2011, it slid back to 38%. NGO GenderLink says in a report on gender in the 2011 local government elections that, and I quote, "The ANC's big achievement in the 6 elections was not only to field 53% women candidates overall, of whom 46% won, but also to substantially increase the proportion of women ward councillors to 40% of the total ward councillors. The upshot is that women ward councillors increased from 17% in 2000 to 38% in 2006, while PR councillors from 38% in 2000 to 43% in 2005, for an overall total 40%. We urge all parties to follow this example. We commend the NCOP for the good work that it continues to do. We commit ourselves to walking the road of advancing the developmental agenda of local government for a better life for our people. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ntebe.
Chair, Honorable Mtimini has declared his love for me. He would also want me to come before the Deputy Minister. Honorable Chair, thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Minister, the Honorable Deputy Chair of the Acting Chief Whip, Honorable MECs in our presence, we are blessed. Salga leadership and distinguished guests. The NCOP Week provides a solid platform in our quest to accelerate service delivery by strengthening our oversight role and holding those empowered with the responsibility to account. We want to acknowledge that the challenges are immense, and also our zeal and determination is quite encouraging. Honorable Chair, the Auditor General's report calls upon all of us to close ranks and dispensation of consequence management. Water and sanitation challenges are immediate challenges seeking our urgent attention. Moses Kotane local municipality reported to us that they are working on a comprehensive water master plan through the DBSA, the water infrastructural network that they have. And we want to acknowledge, Chair, that when we were there, part of the oversight visit that we undertook was to go and check the refurbished water treatment Moses Kotane local municipality. State of the art, millions of rands spent in that project, and happy. Especially, and we want to agree, send to the minister, deputy minister, with him when he says the traditional leadership has a special role to play in our new dispensation. In our case, under the leadership of Khosi Khaseboni and the Royal Highness Me Khosi Motsatsi, they expressed eloquently their appreciation towards the three spheres of government in ensuring that the developmental agenda that we seek to achieve, they, as they represent their own constituencies, they are grateful for that, and they would continue to participate so that we deliver services to our people. Honorable Chair, the Northwest Province intends convening the Energy Forum with all the stakeholders to attend to the pressing energy challenges in our oversight role that we played them. Also, the upgrade of the water reservoir in the Borolelo Township by the Department of Water and Sanitation is an encouraging development. We also know that the local people themselves have the responsibility to close up the leaks that were there, that were seen by us. And they were saying, we are going to form part of the water that is so scarce in our province. The challenges such as water and sanitation infrastructural network, the politico-admin interface, consequence management, financial management should form part of our immediate attention as this August House. And these are all issues that are raised primarily by the Auditor General. But the Auditor General has beyond that and said part of the things that we must seek to immediately address them is an issue of environmental management. Where we went, municipality did not have environmental management that is good, and we impressed to ensure that they look into that matter, and indeed such a matter is finding the necessary attention. However, Chair, not everything is gloomy. I want to relate to you a story of an elderly woman, a mom, a grandmom if you like, Honorable Chair, who stood up and emotionally relates her story of waiting for an RDP house since 1997. In that process, seeing occupying their houses over the years have torn her apart. The encouraging part in her confidence was that the Provincial Week will finally resolve this matter. And we are encouraged by such confidence on the People's Parliament to respond to our people's aspiration. When you see such a person who's been waiting so long for a process to achieve justice, coming to a platform created for our own people. And that's what we seek to do as this parliament. Honorable Chair, a teenage girl who stood up and relayed how grateful she was that the provision of a service at the public library enabled her to continue with her studies uninterrupted. She loudly declared that by giving us this service, we are able to achieve the primary goal of this parliament, free basic education. And we are grateful for that. Honorable Chair, a story of a local farmer who turned a story of a running agricultural product. This person did not sit there and complain about this thing. He said, look, the infrastructural development in terms of this is not achieving the necessary speed that we want to do. But in my case as a farmer, I'm going to turn a story into a good story. And he did not moan and groan. He went to the municipality and suggested that I can be able to do this. And this is what MEC, and in her very own word, Honorable Masango said she's disbanding her speech completely to address you. But she's giving you unnecessary mileage. I mean, you are one of the most dedicated foot on the ground MEC deployed by the ANC. You are found to be anywhere, anytime to address challenges of our own people. And we want to say, she is on record, Honorable Masango, appreciating the good works that she literally saw in the oversight visit in Gauteng. She come here and disband her statement in her own to address you and give you unnecessary mileage. I mean, even the honorable members who were sleeping in Limpopo can converse that indeed when they were sleeping, it was in the course of the work that they were doing.
Honorable Ntebe. Honorable Faber.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I would like to know if the Honourable Member a question.
Honorable Ntebe, are you prepared to take a question?
Chair, I'm going to dedicate 1 minute to the honorable member.
Yeah, no, it's prepared to take your question, but
right now.
Later. He will take your question, but later he'll dedicate a minute.
Not later.
No, here.
Right now.
Yeah, when it's left with 1 minute, not now. Take your seat, Ntebe.
Honorable Faber looks so confused like EFF members.
Honorable
They
Faber,
don't
take your
even
seat.
know the difference between striking off the roll and acquittal.
Honorable Faber,
They
take your
celebrate as if somebody has been...
Honorable Ntebe. Honorable Faber. No, he said, Honorable Faber, let me assist you. We are going to ask the question when it's left with 1 minute. I'll make sure I accommodate you in that minute so that you can ask the question. Honorable Mateus.
So the Honourable Speaker, please withdraw his comment about confused MPs, EFF MPs, and not knowing the difference between striking off the roll. And he knows he needs to withdraw that.
Honorable Ntebe, withdraw that confused part to refer to honorable members as confused. Can you take your seat? I'm requesting him to, can you withdraw that part that honorable members are confused?
No, Chair, in the interest of justice, I want to agree that I withdraw. I don't know the difference between acquittal and striking off the roll. They don't know the difference.
Honorable...
You have to withdraw that, please. Can I address that?
Honorable Ntebe, can you... no, take your seat. Honorable Ntebe, in terms of section 46, use offensive and unbecoming language, just withdraw.
Unreservedly withdrawing to the absent member.
Thank you. Continue, Honorable Ntebe. Continue, Honorable Mtileni.
Honorable Chairperson. Oh, okay. Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair is himself confused. He cannot come and talk about, the withdrawal of case and acquittal. We are not here for that.
Honorable Mtileni. Can you really assist us? We have dealt with that. He has withdrawn.
Let
You are
him
the one now who's supposed
draw again
Yes, withdraw.
for the second time.
Take your seat, Honorable Mtilini.
Let him withdraw for the second time.
Continue, Honorable Ntebe.
No, Honorable Chair, we want to,
Leave, and I'm asking for clarity on this, but the Honorable Speaker said he withdraws unreservedly for the absent member. Can he either clarify that or just withdraw the comment altogether?
No,
He did say that.
no, that is not offensive. Unfortunately, that is not offensive. He has withdrawn the part that is offensive.
What's not offensive to the absent member? Because I was the one that was asking for it to be withdrawn, and I'm right here, so what's absent about me? And then there's Rule 40 that I'm also, or is it Rule 50 that I'm also going to ask to be allowed?
but
for
Chair did
Can
not
you-
refer to any.
No, Honorable Ntebe. Honorable Mates, take your seat. The problem with what we are saying now, it's where I'm seated, I'm not even sure whether he was referring to you or to any other member, not unless he has specified that is. Continue, Honorable Ntebe. No, let us not make it a dialogue. Continue, Honorable Ntebe.
No, Chair, we want to agree with the Deputy Minister. Indeed, in collaboration with other departments, Deputy Minister, we have been
You
able
are
to
not
see.
recognized. Honorable Mates, you are not recognized. I'm saying you are not recognized. We have made your point. I've made a ruling. Continue, Honorable Ntebe.
I agree, Deputy Minister, that we have seen the necessary
Okay.
stability.
Let me entertain a point of order.
You make a ruling, and I am asking for an answer. You make a ruling, and then you just dismiss what I was saying. And it wasn't a ruling that was based on my point of order in the first place.
Okay.
And then you just don't want to recognize me. Because why? EFF?
No, I'm recognizing
Oh,
you.
because that's how this house
No,
seems to
I'm
operate.
recognizing you
No,
as
you
an.
didn't. I have to stand here and make a big just to be recognized. Like
You are
I'm begging.
recognized. Make your
Like
point
the
of
ANC
order.
has brought me here into the house.
Can you make your
didn't.
point of order?
My point of order is that I raised points of order that the honourable member withdraws his, and his comment was, I draw unreservedly whatever to the absent member. I was the one who raised the question, so he's referring to me. So if he's going to make comments about me, I have a right under Rule 40 to give a response. So either he must withdraw that, or you must allow me the opportunity to respond to his comment.
Can you take your seat
Sure.
so that I can deal with that? Honorable Mates, you raised a point of order about what he said. I asked him to withdraw. Withdrawing, he made some remarks. Then I made a ruling that you're saying it's referring to you. And I was not even subjecting that to a debate. And you know the procedure if you're not satisfied with the ruling. So let me appeal to you not to debate the ruling. Continue, Honorable Ntebe.
Honorable Chair, I want to explicitly express our gratitude, Honorable Deputy Minister, that indeed we have seen the necessary stability insofar as interventions are concerned to ensure that service delivery reach the intended beneficiaries. I would want to assure both stakeholders from the level of Salga and the necessary departments that we will continue to work with them as the NCOP.
The 1 minute of Honorable Faber.
Oh,
Honorable Faber.
you can come.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable, can I be? please be
No, you are protected. Ask your question.
Honourable Tebe said that there was a sad story, that this person turned around into a good story. Now this sad story was obviously a story that we know. So I would just want to know, was it the that turned it around into a good story because of the problems?
Thank you, Honorable Ntebe.
Now, Chair, let me school him. It was not a DA member. In fact, DA members came there purposely to disrupt the meeting. Participatory democracy is part of our democracy as a standing alone pillar. And when we say the people shall govern, it is through participatory democracy. That you allow your people to raise in a non-partisan way their own issues in a meeting so that we as public representatives will remain accountable to the electorate in a non-partisan manner. When you set up representatives against each other on the basis of membership or affiliation, it is a sad story for our democracy. And it should never be allowed to happen in our own lifetime. And this is one thing that we should not shy away, including briefing members of the EFF that the people shall govern does not need. And the necessary thing that we must distinguish, that demagogic anarchy and revolutionary are distinct, are not the same. They don't wear the same color, they don't wear the same clothes. If you are a demagogue, you just walk from extreme left, and if you are a revolutionary, you know that within which you can operate. And this is simple dynamics, Bamtilin. You can't do, but I'm responding to you and you are standing.
Honorable Ntebe, I'm afraid your time has expired.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Honorable Tau.
So, in simple terms, it's a badly brought up child is an embarrassment to his father. In simple terms. So the person that used that was actually himself. A badly brought up child who presents herself as an embarrassment to her parents.
Honorable Tau, sorry, Honorable Kaula. He has done the translation, but you can still repeat it.
A member came before us here, standing in front of this.
Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable, yeah. Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni, can you make it simple? If you are rising on a point of order, you raise the point of order. Don't raise a point for debate. State your point of order. Oh, no. Honorable Mtileni, can you take your seat? Can you take your seat? Unfortunately, that is not a point of order. Continue, Honorable Tau.
No, thank you.
Honorable Mateis. Sorry, let's wait for your mic to work. I can't hear you properly.
I'm sorry, Chair, I can't hear what she's saying.
No. Honorable Mateis, unfortunately, and I do have the rules here. The section that you are quoting, you can't say just because a person that has raised a point now is not in the house, then you are rising on a point of order, a member who's closing a debate not to respond. That is not a point of order. Can you take? You know what is even Rule 40? Rule 40 is saying a permanent member who has been suspended or whose suspension is being considered may submit a written apology to the chairperson of the council. No, this is Rule 40. I do have the rules here. Can you take your seat? Yeah, can you take your seat? Can you take your seat? I'll make a ruling about Rule 50 also. Honorable Mateis, Rule 50 is saying during a debate in the council, a member may be allowed to explain a previous speech, but only when and to the extent which has been misquoted or misunderstood in a material respect. And the unfortunate part, we are not even that member. And we are not even that member. So your point of order is not sustained. Continue, Deputy Chair.
No, thank you very much, House Chairperson. Kina le tlhogo ka sira rre.
Honorable Mtileni. No. Why are you rising? Yeah. I've requested him to station. Yeah, he will do that. Continue, Honorable Tau. No, Tau will do it. Honorable Deputy Chair will do it.
I did it. It's a badly brought up child. I've got a big head, but a badly brought up child. And the reference was in actual fact, unfortunately, made to the very same member who made the statement. That's the unfortunate part. It's a debate, and people must be strong in a debate. When you say and make statements, you must be prepared to receive a response to what you're saying. House Chair, let me just assist one by appreciating all members who participated in the debate. And I think what we have done is just to say that we need to strengthen our capacity to do oversight. We need to strengthen our way and maybe improvise even further on how we do our oversight work and so forth, particularly with regard to the Provincial Week as a very strategic instrument that we continuously use as the National Council of Provinces. I mean, one must appreciate really your speech to be made available to all members of this House. If you can have it in the pigeonholes of all members, because it was quite informative. It was speaking to the facts happening on the ground than to have thumb-sucked information, because at some point I was even lost listening to Honorable Masango, whether if she's from Gauteng or from the Eastern Cape or from Limpopo and so forth. And these are some of the things that we really need to begin to critique ourselves as members of the National Council of Provinces, because the Constitution says we are permanent delegates representing the interests of our provinces in the National Council of Provinces. And if you look at a simple of a delegate, is a person that will take a mandate, go and represent and go and report back on the mandate that that person was given by his organization, province, or whatsoever. But in this instance, you find a member of another province making reference to issues that happened in another province and so forth. And I find it very strange. It's a pity that some of the members who make such statements would not even sit to listen to the responses that we would give. I mean, we have an honorable member here, Mokosi, who spoke at length around the issues of the role of local government and how, as a representative of an organization, are so committed to improving the lives of ordinary South African citizens. Let me report in this house, she was not even part of the program. She was not even there. When we were interacting and meeting the very same working class that she claims to be representing, because of the apology was that they have a fun run somewhere. We don't know, maybe it was towards economic freedom, that fun run that they had. There's a disturbance.
So she should be allowed to respond for number one. So you should make those comments. Number two, on party issues, fund runs. He will know what a fund run is in 2016. But
Honorable Mateus,
please.
Honorable Mateus, you are consistently missing the rules. Because you have the rule book in front of you, I also have mine. What we are raising debate. Can you conclude, Honorable Deputy Chair?
No, thank you very much, Chair. As I
Debate about making personal comments about MPs who are not even in the House themselves. It was personal, it's not a point of debate. That is personal,
Honorable
it
Mateus.
is not a point of debate. He is making disparaging remarks about an MP who is not here to defend herself. That's not
Honorable Mateus, can you take your seat? That is not a point of order. Conclude, Honorable Deputy Chair. Okay, Honorable Zwan. Honorable Zwan. You are not recognized. I'm recognizing Honorable Zwan.
No, thank you, Chairperson. I just want to find out from you, House Chair, whether it's mandatory for members to be away from the House for more than 6 months, and confused and create chaos and be disruptive and waste our time. Like Mateus.
Honorable, you are not recognized. You can't just stand up and talk. You are not even recognized. Take your seat. I'll recognize you. Take your seat now. Take your seat. Deputy Chair.
Deputy Minister, we are going to development. We will ensure that in whatever activities that we engage with, we consistently work with your department to ensure that we save our municipalities. We take the points that have been raised, for instance, an issue that have been raised by the MEC from around the implementation of the effectiveness in actual fact of Section 154. And I think it's an important issue that we really need to go back. So as permanent delegates, responsible and disciplined public representatives, it is important that as we are mandated by the voters to come to Parliament and represent their interests, we sit from the beginning until the end so that we won't find ourselves not being able to respond to the issues that have been raised as a result of reckless and misdirected statements that we make in Parliament. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, close the debate. I shall now put the question. Is that the report be agreed? In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. We proceed to the voting on the question. I shall do so in alphabetical order per province. Heads of delegation will vote by pressing in favor or just indicating whether they are voting in favor or against or abstaining. Let's do it manually. Eastern Cape,
umakapa le ay supporta ingxelo.
Free State,
Free State is supporting.
KwaZulu-Natal,
Yes, supporter.
Limpopo,
No, we rise.
Mpumalanga,
What?
Northern Cape, Northwest, Western.
Die Weskaap onder
Thank you. All provinces voted in favor. I therefore the report agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Deputy Minister, the special delegates, leadership of Salga in this debate of the Provincial Week. Minister, out of the 9 provinces, 8 provinces were they participated in this debate, including, if you add Salga, it will make to be 9. It's only 1 province that was not represented. It was quite interesting to have almost all the provinces being part of this debate. Honorable members, the announcement is that those that are using buses, they will be leaving at past. That concludes the business of the day. Honorable members are requested to remain standing until the procession has left the chamber. The House is adjourned.
finish yourself.